We're all aware that Article 132 of the Constitution is specific and requires the President to, once every year, report in an address to the nation on measures that have been taken and progress made in terms of achieving or realizing the provisions that are under Article 10 of the Constitution on the principles and values of governance. So, Mr. Speaker, we expected the President to fulfill as a bare minimum some elaboration or discussion through his speech on issues of devolution, what his government has done to ensure that devolution is implemented, issues of national unity, issues to do with the rule of law and our rights as citizens of this nation, and many, many more, Mr. Speaker. Besides that, the President is also supposed to submit to us on issues of security. How safe are we as a nation? So when we weigh the President's speech, we are supposed to look at the constitutional provisions and ask ourselves whether the President met the constitutional threshold of explaining to the nation the measures that have been taken and the realization or where we have reached with the fulfillment of these requirements. But, Mr. Speaker, the President, I think, also took his time to tell the nation that in the 8 years that he has been at the helm of the leadership of this country, 8 years plus, what is it that his government has been able to achieve? And I would say that President Uhuru Kenyatta has had two governments, one which I usually call Jubilee 1 and then Jubilee 2. But he elaborated what he has done since he assumed the office or took an oath to serve the people of Kenya as a president. Now, based on meeting the constitutional threshold, I would rate that the President did well in terms of talking about national unity. And I think that was his opening remarks. The President spoke so passionately about the need for this country to be together, that even though we compete and sometimes we disagree, but we must remember that Kenya is bigger than each one of us, individually and even collectively, that this country must be bequeathed to our future generation, intact, and leave it without destroying the social fabric of this nation. So I think the President was very clear on that. The President also talked passionately about devolution and even mentioned that his government has been able to give not just the 15%, which is the constitutional bare minimum that is provided for, but that the government has been giving 32%, although it is based on historical data, but I think that is a step in the right direction. But what I picked out is that the President was so passionate that we lost an opportunity to give more resources to the counties through a constitutional provision, something that would not be changed by any individual, whether you don't like devolution or not. If we embed it in the Constitution that the minimum is 35%, that 35% will have to go to the counties, whether we get someone who is against devolution as the president of the nation. And so I think this is clearly an opportunity that we lost as a nation. And those who have been telling us out there that we don't need constitutional amendment must reckon with the fact that if we made constitutional amendment, if we agreed to amend the Constitution to anchor the 35% in the Constitution, then it is the people of Kenya who would have benefited from additional resources that would go to the grassroots to spur economic growth. Because, Mr. Speaker, for this country to realize meaningful economic growth, that must come from engineering and spurring the rural economy. That is where there is potential. The biggest potential in terms of productivity in this country is in the rural areas. It is not in the usual traditional urban settings. The urban settings are overstretched, Mr. Speaker. That is why we have slums in our cities, a thing that we must discourage. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the President totally that we missed an opportunity to strengthen devolution in this country through constitutional amendments. Mr. Speaker, coming to what the President took a lot of time talking about in terms of his legacy, and we need to listen and agree and understand the President. I heard some of my colleagues say that the President dwelt a lot about what he has done, which is not the constitutional requirement. But we must understand that probably this is the last State of the Nation address that the President Uhuru Kenyatta will give to the people of Kenya. And therefore, it is in order and appropriate for him to also tell the country loudly, when the whole world is watching, that this is what I have done. And Mr. Speaker, it cannot be denied that this government has performed well in terms of infrastructural development, in terms of putting together this basic fabrics of infrastructure, in terms of roads, even railways, port improvement, whether it is Lamu, Lake Victoria, Kisumu Port, or Lamu Port. I think we would be very mean to President Uhuru Kenyatta if we said he did little. He did a lot. The only thing that Kenyans have been talking about, and that is where I feel a little bit disappointed by the President's speech, that he should have also taken time to talk about the debt level in this country. Because we did all this infrastructural development, but at a cost. And this cost is not just to present generation, it is going to be for future generations. And we know this infrastructural development is likely to bring returns going forward. But we should have mentioned that. The President should have taken time to say, yes, we have incurred a lot of debt, we are heavily indebted as a country, we are struggling to pay, but based on economic projections, after 3, 4, 5 years, this country is going to stabilize. And we are likely to be able to now harvest returns on our investment. So the President missed an opportunity to speak to the people of Kenya who have been complaining about the high debt levels. He should have, with facts, with figures, presented to this House that even though we are struggling to pay our debts now, but based on the returns that we are likely to realize in the coming years, then we will be able to pay our debts. So I thought that is an opportunity that the President missed. Madam Mr. Speaker, I was very happy when the President himself, because we have been fed with a lot of propaganda, a lot of hearsay, a lot of misrepresentation, so to speak, of facts, that from 2018 to date, after the handshake, that this country has, that the attention of the government has shifted to what they call some animal called BBI. Personally, I have not seen that animal. What I saw is a well-crafted proposed bill, which was taken to Kenyans. I saw signatures in their millions. I didn't see animals. I saw this go to counties. The counties approved it. I didn't see animals. It was brought here in Parliament. We approved it with overwhelming majority. We were not animals, but they call it animal, that the attention has been shifted. And the country lost track. But what did the President say here? That for the first time in the history of this country, the second quarter of 2021, we registered the highest economic growth ever witnessed in this country, and comparable to none in the region, 10.1%. That is courtesy of handshake, courtesy of peace, courtesy of the calm political environment that we are seeing today, Mr. Speaker. Where do they get their records? These people who talk out there and start telling us that handshake disrupted government functions and programs. If programs, government functions and programs were not running, how can you achieve 10% economic growth, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, let's face facts. With the COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, ravaging the whole world, where the world economy shrank. Mr. Speaker, for this country to have held its ground in terms of economic fundamentals, and even to now start realizing such accelerated economic growth, it is because of peace. Mr. Speaker, if we didn't have peace in this country, and then we added to COVID-19, we would have lost the economy of this country. And therefore, I want to speak to those naysayers, those prophets of doom, people who are interested in their selfish interest to acquire raw power, that please don't discredit something that has brought peace and stability in this country. In fact, I was asking myself, if this President Uhuru Kenyatta, and by the way, Mr. Speaker, to be honest, if there is any president who has been very active in physically inspecting projects since I became an adult in this country, I think it is Uhuru Kenyatta. President Moi was very active, but for different reasons. President Moi was very active in playing politics, not supervising development. President Kibaki could not leave his office and State House. Probably did well because he delegated sufficiently well. But President Uhuru Kenyatta is always out there. You see him in Kawangware, you see him in Kibra, you see him in Lamu. He comes to Kisumu even without giving the local leadership notice. You see him in Naivasha, you see him in Limuru. He's a very active president. And I'm asking myself, if without cooperation from a deputy president, this president could do all this. Assuming his deputy cooperated and avoided politics for 4 years and did politics for only 6 months as he wanted, how much would we have achieved as a country? If we are able to achieve 10.1% with an absentee deputy president, now if we had an active deputy president, very cooperative, working with the president, how much would we have achieved? Probably 15%. And that takes me to this fundamental question, which we must talk about. For us to have stability in this country, there is need to ask ourselves, going forward, what we saw, this experiment we saw with the president and the deputy, is it what we want to see again in this country? If we are not going to amend our constitution, if we are not going to do it, then I think the presidential candidates need to think twice and get deputies or running mates where they have a chemistry that is perfect, not a chemistry that is forced by circumstances. A chemistry that only suffices because there is some danger you see ahead. Get someone you can work with, someone you are sure will not undermine you, and someone you know you can easily delegate to without any fear or favor. Because I don't think Kenyans are interested anymore in seeing this kind of shenanigans that we saw in Jubilee 2, Mr. Speaker. And please don't blame handshake for it. The handshake came about because of one simple fact. We had almost 2 countries in one. And these 2 leaders decided to shake hands. And we thought both sides would rain on their lieutenants to follow. There are certain things that I didn't like. Mr. Speaker, you did not I'm sure you would not have contemplated in late 2017 that I would stand on the floor of this house and say that Uhuru is a good president. Even greeting him was a problem. But because my party leader told me, buddy, this is the direction to take, as a loyal servant, as a loyal lieutenant, I follow. If I don't want to follow, I announce it publicly that we have severed my relationship with my party leader. But if I still want to call him my party leader, call him my presidential candidate, call him my friend, then I have to find a way of working around him and what he believes in. So, Mr. Speaker, I know I wanted to really passionately talk about that matter. Because honestly speaking, I'm sure there is no Kenyan who is enjoying the kind of scenario we have. I beg, Mr. Speaker, Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council is a very important organ in governance of this country. And that is a body that decides and determines even the sharing of government revenue between national and county government. But you hear, people are now boycotting, people are not going to attend, people don't attend IBEC because they don't like the deputy president. Honestly speaking, if he's still the deputy president of this country, then you must attend his function, especially if it is IBEC and any other. But the deputy president must also demonstrate that he still wants to be the deputy president of a country by working closely with the president. If not, you just resign, my friend. For heaven's sake, Mr. Speaker. If I cannot perform my duties as MP for Suba South, there is no need of earning a salary like a ghost worker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure even you, your conscience cannot allow you to earn a salary for the office of the Speaker, and you feel you are not performing the functions of the Speaker. Your conscience, that the way I know you, your conscience would not allow you. And I'm like you. My conscience cannot allow me to earn a salary as minority leader in this house, and I feel I'm still not doing my functions as minority leader. We have had the worst government in Jubilee 2. Non-functioning, leaving one person to run things, and then they excuse it. My functions were taken and given to someone else. Who is that someone else who was given your functions, and given by who? If there's a president who has said it, you just say, no, I'm still going to continue doing my function. I don't think Raila Odinga would give my functions of minority leader here to any other member, even Lilian Gogo here. And then I claim I'm still minority leader, but Lilian Gogo is doing my function. Then why am I earning that salary? If he gives Lilian Gogo my functions as minority leader, what I would do next is to resign. So I don't earn that salary. But you cannot have your cake and eat it. You earn a salary, you live in a government's house, you hold functions, political functions in a government office, deputy president's office, and you are claiming that you are still the deputy president, but your functions have been taken. Contradiction. Finally, Mr. Speaker, let us be honest with ourselves. If you feel this government has not performed, and the president explained his achievements here, he even talked about the Big Four agenda. And I listened to him. He acknowledged that on housing, they have not done very well. But he said they have done very well in universal health care. They have made tremendous progress, a lot with the support of this House. And he also talked about the food security and where he thinks they have not achieved. Because not all objectives set will be met. But if you feel the president has not performed, say so and stick to that lane. You cannot say today you've done nothing. Tomorrow, oh, this government has done very well. The following day, I am going to ride on our good achievements to win my next seat. How can I claim to have done very well in Suba South? Or that today I'm saying I have not done very well. Tomorrow I'm saying we have done so well that please now re-elect me. You are causing confusion. That is the basic word. Or you yourself, you are confused. Either you are confusing people or you are the one who is confused. So with those many, many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to end my statement by saying I thank the president for being candid, honest, truthful, and he opened his heart and even expressed his frustrations to us, especially on BBI. BBI, we will revisit. Let us assume power next year. We will make sure BBI comes back because there are good provisions in that document which we cannot let go. How can some constituencies like Othaya die? We must make sure Othaya is protected even after next general election. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Following the same list, member for Madioya.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to add my voice. And on the onset, I would like to support and congratulate His Excellency the President for his State of the Nation address. And for me, Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that His Excellency the President did touch on a lot of issues that have been accomplished in this nation over the last 8 years of his administration. And I do not want to go over all of them, but Your Excellency, we know even how the speech was long because they were enormous. So many things have been able to be accomplished in this country. More so in the last 4 or 5 years, Your Excellency, Your Honorable Speaker. A few of them did come out to me in a very special way. We know that we've had a very difficult time. We've had 2 years where this country, we've had to struggle with the pandemic of COVID-19. And the handling of this by his administration, to me, really did stand out. Even in the most difficult times, the fact that we have been able to contain to a large extent the pandemic and also be able to ensure that our economy, and we are told in the third quarter of the economy was growing at more than 10%. That honestly is exemplary for me. And there are many sectors the President did say that have also, his administration has been able to see accomplishments like roads, in the infrastructure development, for instance, the roads, the ports. We now have a new port of Lamu that is operational. We have new berths that are also working efficiently in Mombasa. We have a railway network that has been expanded across the country. We have even in the other area of hospitals, for instance. The President did say how so many hospitals have been built in the last few years and equipped by his administration. Even the old hospitals here, Honorable Speaker, we have seen a lot done in this sector. And perhaps that's why this country has been able to come out, even though we have not come out of the pandemic, we have largely been able to contain it. Honorable Speaker, there are many other issues like the green energy, that Kenya is now a leading country in Africa in the issue of green energy. And that, for me, is important, knowing that we have now been able to ensure that many people in our rural areas have been connected to electricity. And a lot still continues to be done. Honorable Speaker, even in the water sector, which is very, very important, we have seen a lot done across the country. And that was very welcome. Honorable Speaker, the other area for me that has stood out, you know, me, I come from an agricultural constituency of Mathioya where tea and coffee are very paramount. And we have seen in the last few years, the price of tea and coffee has now started to go up. Reasons because of the structural changes that have been made and to ensure that the farmer becomes very paramount, and to ensure that we can even be able to expand our buckets. And for this, we now see coffee almost at 100 shillings and in some areas even more. Tea is already doing over 60% of what we were earning in the last few years, where it was declining. Honorable Speaker, the small and medium enterprises have also not been left out. And the injection of 5 billion as a seed capital for the SME credit guarantee schemes was also quite touching, because this is monies that now can be accessed by small SMEs, particularly those that are started by our youths. Honorable Speaker, we need to have this matter pronounced so that it can reach our youths in the rural area in a better way. Honorable Speaker, we did also see the President did say that his government and administration is enforcing the Buy Kenya, Build Kenya. We have seen even a number of factories that were almost dead now being uplifted, so that they are now becoming very, very important sectors of our growth, like Kenya Meat Commission. But, and Honorable Speaker, I cannot end by saying the need for peace, the need for unity, the need for security in this country. It cannot be overemphasized by nothing else like than the handshake that we saw. That really brought tranquility in this country. and stabilized, helped us to stabilize the country so that the growth that we would want to earn continues, even as we go to these elections.
Following the same list, the Honorable Kamoti Mwamkale, member for Rabai.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii. Nami nasimama kujiunga na wenzangu kumpongeza Rais kwa hotuba hii ambayo ni matakwa ya sheria kifungu namba 10 cha katiba yetu, kwamba Rais ametekeleza yale ambayo ameweza kuyatekeleza na ni lazima yapelekwe kwa wananchi ama watu waambiwe kile kimefanyika. Kwanza, Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka nimpongeze Rais kwa yale aliyofanya kwa upande wa miundo msingi ndani ya nchi hii. Miundo msingi kimombo ikiwa ni infrastructure. Rais amejaribu, ingawaje kuna mengine ambayo akiyafanya atatekeleza ama atawacha wosia ulio kamili. Kwa mabandari, Rais amejaribu. Bandari ya Mombasa ameipanua vizuri na imebadilika sura. Pia ametupatia bandari mpya Lamu. Kitu ambacho tunamuomba Rais akamilishe wosia wake ni kuhakikisha kwamba bandari hizi zinanufaisha wakaazi ambao wanaizunguka ama wanazunguka bandari hizi. Sisi tukiwa wa pwani, kilio chetu ni kwamba hata ijapokuwa bandari imebadilika, lakini kuna kazi zimehamishwa, mambo ambayo yalikuwa yakifanyika pale kama clearing and forwarding sasa zimeenda Naivasha. Tunamuomba Rais akamilishe wosia wake kwa kuhakikisha kwamba yale makazi yaliyokuwa yakifanywa ndani ya bandari ya Mombasa yanaendelea kufanywa na kutekelezwa pale. Katika muundo msingi pia ndio tunashukuru kwamba ameleta SGR, na SGR hii tunataka ipawe maagizo, isiwe tu ni mizigo yote ni lazima ifikishwe Naivasha hata kabla ishughulikiwe. Ahakikishe kwamba mizigo inayobebwa ni ile ambayo haihitajiki ama wenyewe hawatoki Mombasa. Kwa wale ambao wenyewe wanatoka Mombasa, mizigo ile iteremshiwe bandari ya Mombasa. Huko ndio kujivunia, tutajivunia, Wakenya watajivunia kwamba tuko na muundo msingi huu ambao unatunufaisha. Kwa upande wa mabarabara tunamshukuru Rais. Ukienda Mombasa saa hizi, ukifika Kibarani, kazi inayoendelea, tuna imani kwamba hii ikimalizika Mombasa itakuwa imebadilika. Hata watu tukimpongeza Rais Kibaki, lakini ukweli wa mambo, ikija kwa mambo ya muundo msingi, hakuna kwa sasa hivi ambaye ametekeleza na amebadilisha miundo msingi kama Rais Uhuru. Ndani ya Rabai, sisi kama wakazi wa Rabai tunashukuru kwamba sasa hivi kuna barabara kutoka Jomvu mpaka kwa Mbaji inamalizika, barabara nzuri, na tuna imani kwamba hata ile ingine ya kutoka Nguu Tatu ama kutoka Bamburi kwenda Bondora pia itamalizika, na sisi wakazi wa Rabai tujivunie. Ingawaje tumekuwa na mapendekezo kwamba kuwe na barabara kutoka Bagamoyo mpaka Kibao Kiche, ambayo hiyo ingerahisisha mavuno ya wakazi kufika kule ambako yanatakana kufika. Pia vile vile tunampongeza Rais kwa upande wa afya. Amejaribu, ingawaje yote ambayo aliyaeleza hapa yamefanyika Nairobi. Tunataka akitengeneza zahanati zingine hapa, aende Kisumu, aende Pwani, pia tuone zahanati zingine zikifanyika. Isiwe ndani ya Nairobi County na kwa majeshi peke yake. Hata wale wengine pia hawana mwingine wa kumwangalia, ni yeye. Na hasa upande wa linda mama, hii imegusa watu wengi. Sisi kama wabunge huwa tunafuatwa kila mtu anapokuwa mgonjwa, hata mama akienda kujifungua, lakini linda mama kweli imetupumzisha sisi kama wabunge, imepumzisha viongozi na inafanya kazi mzuri. Kwa hivyo tunapongeza na tunasema Mgala muue na haki umpe. Jamani, hakuna aliyekamili. Aliyoyafanya Rais Kenyatta yamegusa wa Kenya. Tupende tusipende, ambayo si lugha mzuri, lakini Mgala muue na haki mpe. Asante sana.
Following the same list, the Honorable Luyai Amisi. Luyai, this must be Caleb Amisi, isn't it? Luyai. You know, these are some of the names which are not known. He also known as Luyai Amisi. Well, following the same list, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I also rise, Honorable Speaker, first to congratulate His Excellency the President on his possibly last or second last State of the Nation address, Honorable Speaker. However, Honorable Speaker, even as I appreciate many of the things that the President enumerated, and there are things that we cannot take away from the President in terms of his gains as President and the things, especially on infrastructural development, that he's been able to do. However, Mr. Speaker, we all appreciate, and Kenyans appreciate, that this has also come at a cost to the Kenyan people, especially in terms of the public debt that we have laid on the shoulders of the Kenyan people. To Honorable Speaker, this infrastructure development, Honorable Speaker, was to anchor development that would enable Kenyans to grow further in terms of economic development and be able to provide job opportunities for Kenyans that we have not been able to do that, especially post-2017, Honorable Speaker. And I cannot fail to mention, Honorable Speaker, that many of the things the President enumerated yesterday are things that he was able to do in his first term, 2013 to 2017. Post-2017 and 2018, Honorable Speaker, that is a story for another day, courtesy of what has been christened the handshake. And I know those who want to justify the handshake, Honorable Speaker, may argue differently, Honorable Speaker, but it's a fact of life that when we allow, Honorable Speaker, and especially at a time like this that we are going into elections, that people can use electoral processes, Honorable Speaker, to refuse to accept election results to justify handshakes and christen themselves as peacemakers, Honorable Speaker, that is not the way to go. Honorable Speaker, the President was at pains, Honorable Speaker, to try and justify the handshake and claim that there was a constitutional moment, Honorable Speaker. But respectfully, Honorable Speaker, I did say yesterday, and I want to repeat, Honorable Speaker, that the aspirations for constitutional changes and the constitutional moment that the President speaks to was a constitutional moment whose aspirations was by the political class, led by the President and his elder brother, the former Prime Minister, Honorable Speaker. And it has nothing, it had and still has nothing to do with the aspirations of the Kenyan people. Honorable Speaker, the fact that the President touched on matters to do with the economy, Honorable Speaker, and actually went ahead to claim that we are the 6th richest country in the sub-Saharan Africa, Honorable Speaker. Yes, it could be true. There could be a few Kenyans who would easily rank as among the, not the 6th, but the richest Africans in sub-Saharan Africa, and probably rank 6th as the richest 6th in the world. But those are just a very small fraction of Kenyans. The majority of Kenyans are living in abject poverty. The cost of living is at its highest, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we must also fault, Honorable Speaker, and I want to join those members who faulted the crafters of this speech for His Excellency the President, Honorable Speaker. It looks like there clearly are people in the office of the President and those who do his speeches who are intent on embarrassing the President. Not just writing for him a speech, Honorable Speaker, like he himself he could not even be able to complete because of the length, but also a speech that factually was wrong. If you read clause 164 or 166 of that speech, Honorable Speaker, where the President mentioned the question of KMC, and I've heard the member for Isiolo mention that the offtake program, he has not even seen it in his constituency. And it begs the question, this offtake program, where is it happening? It could be in a few private ranches, Honorable Speaker, again, in the neighborhood of Isiolo and Samburu, and Kenyans may beg to know who are the owners of those private ranches, Honorable Speaker. The other question that he mentioned in that clause, Honorable Speaker, is the savings out of the outlet by KMC, and enumerated that they are now saving 30 million shillings, which translates to 3.6 billion. And the president emphasized 3.6 billion shillings in a year. And Honorable Speaker, a saving of 30 million shillings a year would only translate to 360 million shillings annually, not 3.6 billion. Therefore, I also want to plead with those who are eager to paint the president in a picture that he's not. As they write his speeches, Honorable Speaker, let them also be reasonable, let them be considerate, not to paint the president in a bad picture like they did yesterday, Honorable Speaker. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I want again to restate that that constitutional moment you are being told was by the political class, to benefit the political class, and the constitutional moment that will come for the people of Kenya. The people of Kenya will drive their own constitutional amendments that will benefit.
Following the list, the next is the last person on this list, which are the members who are present before 1 p.m. And who are on the queue is Honorable Robbie Nyamabe. Honorable Robbie Nyamabe. So from the list of 9 who had been on the queue, it's Odanga, Honorable Luyaya Misi, and Honorable Robbie, who are not present. So now, no, the next is, if you look at the motion on limitation of time, there was, you did approve that the chairman of Defense and Foreign Relations and the chairman of Labor. So the next chairman is the Honorable Mwadhi. And you have 10 minutes, not 5.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, allow me with all humility to first congratulate His Excellency, the President, for the speech that gave us the state of the nation in many sectors, in all-round summary of what he has been able to do from 2013 to date, and specifically to enumerate what his government has continued to achieve and intends to achieve even before he finishes his term next year. Honorable Speaker, I speak on the issues of security, but most importantly, let me start by saying that in this country, I am lucky to have seen all the 4 presidents who have been here since independence. In my youth, the late Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, who died peacefully in his sleep. I also saw and experienced the leadership of the late Honorable Daniel T. Arap Moi. Honorable Speaker, I was here in this parliament when His Excellency Mwai Kibaki was here. And even now, I'm here, Honorable Speaker, when our dear President, Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, is here. But let me say one thing that I've realized, and I don't know whether it is the nature of us or the nature of people generally, that other than the late President Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, who died in his sleep while in office, the rest, except Uhuru, has not left. That is Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. And when Kibaki was in power, people were always complaining. In fact, I remember during the inauguration of His Excellency Kibaki, people threw mud at the late President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. Only a few days later and months to come and claim, you know, Moi's time he did work. Sometimes it's good to appreciate what is done. I was also in this parliament when one member then in 10th parliament stood and said that His Excellency President Kibaki was to be described as General Kugoya for whatever it means. Today, when I go across most of the parts in this country, I find people cherishing the times and the deeds of Honorable His Excellency Mwai Kibaki. I want to borrow from what I have seen in those 2 instances. And when I hear people throwing stones and talking about how the current president has not performed, and when I measure that, Honorable Speaker, against his own speech, which was written but is factual. Because, for starters, Honorable Speaker, when the President says he has done a dual carriageway from Machakos towards Rironi, which is in Limuru, it's a fact. It's not hearsay. Currently, as I go to Limuru, Honorable Speaker, I am using that dual carriageway. Honorable Speaker, before that dual carriageway came, land there, 1 acre was 10 million. As we are speaking now, 1 acre is 40 million. But I dare say that I heard some members asking, why should he talk about tarmac? Are we going to be cooking tarmac for our children? But I want to give them some insight that if you have property, please go and sell because the prices have gone up. Go and sell a small piece. You don't eat tarmac, you get food from that money. So, Honorable Speaker, just like the previous speaker has said, let us appreciate what has been done by the Honorable President. In the security sector, and in the sector that I oversight, Honorable Speaker, it's only in this term. I don't want to hear those people talking about 2013 to 2017 when I was not there, but I know they did something. But let me talk about what I know. That in between 2017 and now, currently, we've been able to place 12,000 graduates on internship program. My own son is a product of that program. And immediately after, those graduates are either attached or taken or absorbed by government ministries. And this is one of the things that the youth are appreciating, that not only are they going to school, but there is one program which is properly crafted by the Jubilee government, led by none else but Uhuru Kenyatta, which has thought about the youth, and that they are doing that internship not only to walk to the places of work, not only to go and work, but also to get a stipend of 25,000 shillings so that they're able to take care of their welfare. And that is a program that has been appreciated. Now, if we do not appreciate such deeds, and we start talking about the debt that we have. I'm just coming from a trip, Honorable Speaker. And I don't know which country in this world that does not have a trip. Members who are complaining about the debt, they've been coming here, and they've been asking that we need to allocate money for security roads. Now where do we get money when we have COVID-19 ravaging our economy? And then we also want roads, we want water, we want schools. We were quick to criticize, Honorable Speaker, that the president who is leading the government that has accumulated debt, which is not the only debt anyway, because by the time he came, we had also debt, is not performing. Honorable Speaker, let us say it for what it is, that the Honorable President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, only on Monday, and I was in that pass-out parade, presided over the recruits who graduated. We are having 5,000 police officers who will be guarding or giving us security during next year's general election. It's not that he doesn't want to go home. He says, my time will be up in August, but I want peace. I want peace for those people who will be going for elections. And that is why I'm putting this in place. Together with that, Honorable Speaker, I am sure that people know very well that he's been, and he said it yesterday, he's been taking care of the welfare of police officers in the manner that he has reviewed the remuneration, the benefits, the insurance, and so on, so that they are motivated. He has done hospitals. In fact, the other day, with my committee, we went to Kanyonyo, and I want to thank him because when we petitioned, we got 240 million for completion of that hospital. Because those police officers who are guarding our boundaries, our borders, have always suffered casualties. But all the time, they are taken to public hospitals where they don't probably get the important attention that they require because of the specialized nature of their work. But you go to Kanyonyo now, Honorable Speaker, the hospital is there for everybody to see. And not only that, on Monday, he was groundbreaking for another referral hospital on Bagathi. This is the president they are saying it's not working. And I know he is working, especially, Honorable Speaker, after the handshake happened. We know before the president got together with the deputy, there was a lot of acrimony. And truth be told, there was a lot of acrimony between the two communities. And the president reached out. Some of us were wondering, because I remember during the 2010 constitution, I was on the same side with the deputy president of no. And I came to learn I didn't know what I didn't know. I came to know something that I didn't know. When he reached out to the deputy president, and he said, we must forget what happened before, and we must soldier on. He went against our own thinking that he would go there. He brought him on board, and there was peace. And then I asked myself, when he goes for a handshake with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, who is a Kenyan, why must some sections of Kenya start calling him Muganga? Why? Who is a Muganga? A Kenyan is a Kenyan, and we have all the same right. And he can be president. In fact, he will be the president. Because he is magnanimous enough to shelve all his ambition and come and hold the nation together. So, Honorable Speaker, I support what the president said. We are going to work as a nation. Let every Kenyan who thinks right like myself come and we build a nation, and we don't just build tribes and ethnic groups. That once we make a nation, we shall have our future generation proud.
Member for Teso North.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this chance. Honorable Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to commend and thank His Excellency the President, Uhuru Kenyatta, for the speech and the State of Nation address he gave yesterday. Honorable Speaker, the State of Nation address, of course, which is mandated within the Constitution, Article 132, had a focus on areas which I would like to focus on the issue of values contained in Article 10. Honorable Speaker, some of the values that the report was addressing are values to deal with human dignity, values to deal with inclusivity, and values to deal with equity. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say in that address, the Excellency the President talked about infrastructure as a major component of what his government had done. Excellency, I want to confirm that as part of inclusivity and the issue of equity, Teso North, and generally the Teso community, which is generally regarded as marginalized, were considered in terms of infrastructure development. Since independence, Honorable Speaker, Teso did not have a single tarmac road other than the international road, the A104. But for the first time during this term, two major roads have been constructed by this government of His Excellency, the President, Uhuru Kenyatta. The road from Busia to Malaba is now complete, Honorable Speaker, and the road from Malaba to Kakemer. Honorable Speaker, I used to struggle driving. Sometimes you get stuck on the road. Today, I drive up to home, up to my house, which is in Kakemer. So we need to appreciate what the government has done. And in terms of the other aspect which I want to mention, Honorable Speaker, which His Excellency talked about, the issue of political stability and the issue of security, which my chairman of Administration and National Security has dealt with. Political stability is so important for this country. Honorable Speaker, the kind of illustrations His Excellency the President gave, indicating the ups and downs of this country during elections, clearly indicate that at a time whenever we have elections, we have lost a lot. 1992, 1997, and so on. And whenever we had unity and political stability, like 2002, we had a big leap in terms of economic development and even social development. Honorable Speaker, the issue of political stability behoves the leadership in this country. And I want to urge the leadership, us as leaders of this House and other political leaders, we actually need to be truthful and we need to embrace what brings our people together. Honorable Speaker, I want to conclude on the question of security, which the chairman has touched on. Honorable Speaker, for the first time, and His Excellency indicated, the country has gone beyond the UN standard of 1 to 450 police officers in terms of the standard required internationally. And that is courtesy of the recruitment of over 45,000 police officers to enhance security. Honorable Speaker, I want to once again commend His Excellency.
Member for Garissa Township.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start by saying that the President came to this House yesterday in accordance with the Constitution, and more specifically Article 132, 1B. And this is the fruits of the 2010 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, as a former majority leader, there is absolutely no doubt that the government of President Uhuru Kenyatta, which I played a very key role, has many enormous achievements. Achievements in the infrastructure sector, achievement in the energy sector, achievement in terms of universal health care, and I mean the free maternity, achievement in making sure that for the first time, heavy investment were made since 2013 in our security sector. And that's why Kenya today is more safer than when President Uhuru Kenyatta took over. The investment in our intelligence, the investment in the equipment to our security forces, the investment in our military Kenya Defense Forces, and many, many others. Mr. Speaker, when President Uhuru Kibaki was leaving at the end of 2013, Kenya Revenue Authority was collecting 967 billion shilling. And when President Moi was leaving office, they were collecting annually 200 billion. And I'm sure 2020, Kenya Revenue Authority collected 1.7 trillion. So the achievement of this government and the footprints of this government are found in each and every village in Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Whether it is connectivity to electricity, whether it is water, that is not disputed, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, as a legislature, we must say what government has done and what government has not done. Mr. Speaker, just on the onset, to remind this House, when President Moi was leaving, the annual collection was 200 billion. The GDP at that time was 1 trillion. And the debt that President Moi left for us was at 620 billion. and that was 60% of the GDP. At that time, our population was 33.7 million. Mr. Speaker, when President Kibaki took over, KRA, and by the time he was leaving office, KRA has collected 963 billion. And that is 380% from where President Moi left. Our GDP by then was 6.3 trillion. And that was above, I think, 545% from where President Moi left at 620 billion. But he also left us with a debt of 1.8 trillion. But he reduced, that was 30% of our GDP. Today, at 2020, President Uhuru Kenyatta and our administration raised the KRA annual collection to 1.7 trillion. That was 66% growth. Our GDP, Mr. Speaker, was at 2020 8.7 trillion, which is about 31.8%. But our debt, direct debt, was at 8.7, and indirect debt, which is the one that's given to parasitos, at 3.3 trillion. So as of today, we are standing at 11.7 trillion. The achievement of President Uhuru Kenyatta and his legacy, it's not for even him to write it. I saw the newspaper saying, my legacy. The legacy of President Uhuru Kenyatta will be said by the people of Kenya. It will be written by historians. And Mr. Speaker, the issue of corruption, the issue of debt, the issue of extrajudicial killing and disappearance of Kenyans are issues that I hope the president didn't touch. But again, I ask myself, maybe the ones that he didn't read, the speech was too big. Maybe that is where those issues were. But I support, and the achievement of President Uhuru Kenyatta is the achievement of the deputy president. They are together, and we will use it for the campaign of 2022. You can't deny us. We are one. So those of us, what is good for Uhuru is good for William Ruto. So if you are from the handshake, you better look for your track record.
Member Vorangwe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Interesting times, interesting happenings, interesting hearings, that they are going to use it for 2022. But Honorable Speaker, I should think that the handshake has run away with it, because at the point where my senior Honorable Duale is talking about having been together, I think there has been quite a bit of mix-up. But I want to take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to thank the Honorable President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta for his well-articulated speech, national address on what he has done over the years, over 8 years. And before I make contributions on what transpired yesterday, I want to take this specific chance, Honorable Speaker, to thank Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta as the President of the Republic of Kenya for the level of composure that he has shown as a president. Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Honorable Speaker, is one president who has taken in so much. I should think that for the level of the things that we have seen in this country in the past, especially the last 4 years, where he does things and everyone wants to say that he's not done them. He works so hard and people want to just criticize what he's doing, but he's taken up his composure just to continue working, and he has worked, and he laid it bare yesterday on the floor of this House, Honorable Speaker. And among other things, what he was talking about, Honorable Speaker, are things which can be seen. I didn't hear anybody negate when he says that he has done this, and people would say that he has not done them. When Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who is the fourth president of the Republic of Kenya, retires from his presidency, at least for heaven's sake, Kenyans will know, they will touch, they will have seen what an expressway is. Yes, we are catching up with the standards of Dubai, Honorable Speaker. So if there is only one single thing other than affordable health care, other than improved food security, other than improved education in this country, I am looking for that particular specific day when it's going to take exactly 20 minutes to cover more than 40 kilometers in Nairobi. And when we improve infrastructure, Honorable Speaker, I think we go quiet a bit. So when a man does a good job, he expresses what he has done with a lot of ease. Even the way he was delivering his speech yesterday, I've never seen a very happy and a calm president. I've never seen Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in his warmest condition. He was very relaxed, Honorable Speaker, because he knows he's done a good job. In the backdrop of distraction, in the backdrop of noise, in the backdrop of his not working, but he delivered his speech saying, this is what I have done in 10 years. And he was able to talk about what he has done to reform our security sector. Which country which is this country that can stay without improved security? He's talking about the welfare of our security organs. He was talking about what he has done in improving their life condition. And I want to make a special appeal to His Excellency, the Honorable President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, that Rangwe Sub-County does not have any police vehicles. Honorable Muigai Kenyatta, please, when you talk about infrastructure or improving the working conditions for police, my OCPD does not have a vehicle, my OCS does not have a vehicle, my DC does not have a vehicle. Please, the President, please kindly intervene on this matter. You did well, you've done well. We will support you. The handshake is there. It is there to live. My boss said we support you. And the word of Raila Amolo Odinga is law. When he says we follow. When you still want our support, Honorable President, we will give it to you. Take it up from there.
Member for Samburu, member for Samburu.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipatia nafasi hii niungane na wenzangu kumshukuru rais wetu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta kwa kazi ile amefanyia Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa ukweli rais amemtaja area zote katika nchi hii ile amefanyia kazi. Mheshimiwa Spika, kila Mkenya ashaona kile Mheshimiwa Rais amefanya. Amefanya mengi katika Kenya hii akati yake. Na ni mzuri pia tujue kama Wakenya, akati alichukua president, alipata pia akiwa ngumu zaidi. Kwa sababu aliingia president akiwa ako heki, aliingia president akiwa security ilikuwa mbaya. Kwa hivyo miaka zile amefanyia kazi ni miaka 4 peke yake. Miaka 4 ile amefanyia kazi, kila Mkenya ashaona hali ya president amefanya. Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi wengine kama kaunti ya Samburu, miaka 50 sisi ilikuwa tukiteremka kuja Kenya, unasema nimefika Kenya. Hatukuona chochote wenzetu walikuwa wameona. Tumeona akati ya rais wetu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Tumeona stima ile hajawahi kuonekana. Tumeona lami ile hajawahi kuonekana miaka 50. Tumeona title ile hatujawahi kuona miaka 50. Mheshimiwa Spika, Kenya imeona tofauti kama akati President Uhuru ako usukani. Mheshimiwa Spika, tunajua ametaja idara zote kama idara ya security, polisi, ametaja mahospitali, maofisas wetu wa Kenya wapate mahospitali kila pahali bila alitaja. Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi ndio tunaonanga ofisas wa serikali, mapolisi, majeshi wakiwa wanaumia akati area sapita, akati wanapata idara, akati wanakufa, hakuna hospitali karibu ili anaweza pelekwa. Kwa hivyo hiyo kitu yote Mheshimiwa Spika imegusa sisi roho. kuona President Uhuru akati anaretire. Unajua ukiretire, huwezi kuretire kama umeenda kufa. Anaretire na baada ataangalia Kenya na macho mawili. Kwa sababu bado miaka yake ni kidogo sana, atakuwa akiangalia. Na pia atakuwa akiona kama Kenya imeenda vibaya, atarudisha pamoja. Mambo zingine Mheshimiwa Spika tumeonea. Mambo ya handshake Mheshimiwa Spika. Mimi ni moja nimetembea kaunti 47 kwa mambo ya handshake, kutafuta mambo umoja wa Kenya, ili alitutuma tutafute Mheshimiwa Spika. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, Wakenya waliongea na Wakenya wakasema maoni yao kile inaweza kuwekwa kwa sheria ile ipate kulinda Wakenya. Sio yeye alikuwa anatafuta kukataa kurudi ama anataka kupandisha katiba. Wakenya ndio walikuwa wanataka mabadiliko na zile inahusu hawa Mheshimiwa Spika. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi ningependa pia kusema mambo ya BBI bado tunahitaji irudi kwa sababu ni ya Wakenya, sio ya mtu binafsi. Wakenya ndio walikuwa wametoa maoni yao. Na pia tunashukuru Raila Amolo Odinga kwa sababu kama sio handshake yake Mheshimiwa Spika, hatungefika hapa sahi. Kila mtu anajua, lakini ikiwa upeani usemi asanti, Mungu naye atapatia mtu asanti kile amefanyia wengine. Na tunasema Mungu alinde President Uhuru na aendelee na hiyo roho na ashikilie Kenya, hata kama ataenda retire, aendi kufa, atarudi tu. Na mimi nataka kuambia kama ilikuwa katiba ingepandilisha, tungesema arudi miaka ingine 5, Kenya ingeenda mbele. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa hiyo, na ninashukuru na nasema asante.
Member for Arienda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to contribute to this motion and state that this was a constitutional imperative well executed. So well executed, Mr. Speaker, that in addition to the 3 reports that are required by the Constitution, the President gave an additional report on the business climate reforms. But in addition to that, beyond the 1 year that is required of the Constitution, the President took us through the 8 years of his presidency. That is beyond the call of duty under the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the President covered 12 key areas. We all had them. But of interest to me, first is to the extent that it covered the issue of security, including security of the person, including security in terms of the 2022 elections, but also importantly, in terms of our territorial integrity. Mr. Speaker, the President didn't cover he covered the economy, the performance of the economy, the issue of utilities, water, electricity, and efforts that have been taken towards reduction of the cost. Perhaps in future, it would bear to note that it's important to also talk about the issue of unemployment, which has become quite rampant in our country. Mr. Speaker, the President also talked about infrastructure, and we must commend the President and this government that they have tried in terms of infrastructure, especially on roads, and especially on the railway line, the SGR, and also on issues of tertiary institutions, particularly TTIs. Even though in some instances, for example, in my constituency, the roads have stalled and the TTI has stalled, but we have petitioned. Further to that, Mr. Speaker, I think at some point, other than pointing out the development in terms of infrastructure, we will also have to focus on the equity and distribution of that infrastructure. The President didn't touch on, he touched on international relations and observed an observation I agree with, that it does not bode well to just close borders because COVID will invade us anyway. It is the practices that we observe internally. But more importantly was his favorite refrain, not an inch more, not an inch less. A refrain I fully agree with. In terms of Article 10, Madam Speaker, it covers national ethos, it covers national unity, it covers issues of inclusivity and equality. So those who fault the President for having talked about what could have been gained in the BBI document are forgetting that the Constitution requires the President to talk about the national values in Article 10.
You cannot talk about the national values in Article 10 if you will not talk about sharing of power, if you will not talk about equality, if you will not talk about participation of the people. It was therefore a constitutional imperative that the president talks about these things. Whether you agree or not is a different matter. For my part, I agree with the fact that he spoke about them and with the manner in which he spoke about them. It should be remembered that when the president talks of a lost opportunity, it is not a lost opportunity for the president or for those who support him. It is a lost opportunity for all of us in this country. And therefore, when the president says that the good ideas in BBI will be back, that is merely a prophecy. But it's a prophecy that must come to pass in two respects. One, although the Court of Appeal pronounced itself, the Court of Appeal did not pronounce itself on the substantive proposals in the BBI document. The Court of Appeal pronounced itself and focused on certain procedural issues. Those procedural issues can be addressed at any time. In any event, we cannot suppose that the Supreme Court, before whom the matter now lies, will agree with the Court of Appeal. The Supreme Court may as well set aside all the observations and orders of the Court of Appeal. Secondly, the pronouncement of the Court of Appeal cannot be a death knell to the ideas in the BBI. Ideas cannot die. Those ideas, in any event, whether we resurrect them before the next election or after the next elections, will come to pass. Lastly, Madam Speaker, as I wound up, I think that the speech was good, but it was a bit too long. Those who write the president's speech should make it a little shorter or have an abridged version and the long version. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well, and thank you, the member for Orienda. Allow me give now the floor, as per the request list, to the member for Sako, the Honorable Rasso Hali. The Honorable Rasso.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate the President for his address to the nation yesterday. In line with Constitution, Article 132. From the onset, I want to recognize what I would consider to be positive, effective, and things that were achieved during his presidency, particularly in the area of electrification and connectivity. From my own experience as a legislator representing the constituency of Saku, we have many villages that today have electricity that hitherto were actually in the dark. Madam Speaker, the other area is on international obligation. I really want to congratulate the President for the ascendancy of Kenya to be a non-permanent member of United Nations Security Council. It was a watermark achievement that we are able to sit at the international level with big powers and make important decisions that affect the whole world. Madam Speaker, the engagement of KDF to take part in nation building, when you look at KMC, NMS, Kenya Railways, these are very significant achievements that we have gotten as a country by engaging KDF positively. And I think going forward, it is important for this country to understand the military is about discipline, it is about honor, and it is about patriotism. And this is what our men and women in uniform and the top brass within that institution have demonstrated. Going forward, what I advise His Excellency the President and the President who will come after him, who I strongly believe will be the hustlers, is to make sure that the top leadership of Kenya must attend a short course at the National Defense College to clearly understand what are the issues about Kenya. How are they, why is the military performing so well, and why is it the best institution in this country? Madam Speaker, There are areas that I really anticipated the president to talk about, particularly in the area of security. As one person who is representing a constituency that has had significant insecurity problems, particularly in terms of deployment of enough boots on the ground, enough officers to look around and combat bandits, to recover people's properties, to be able to pursue killers, then I think on this end, we as the people of Marsabit, and in particular Saku constituency, we expected a lot from the president to this end. As far as the office of the president and interior is concerned, I don't wholly blame the president. I blame that office. And the person who is occupying that office should not sleep on the job, because Kenya is at peace when all parts of this country are safe. Finally, Honorable Speaker, it is about farming and drought. We expected the president to talk about it, because on issues like offtake and others, nothing appears to be happening. On BBI, Unity of the Republic and Handshake, I think the jury is still out on this. With those remarks, I just beg to support.
Very well. The member for Kwanza constituency, the representative of the people of Kwanza constituency, you have the floor. Honorable Wanyonyi Kevin.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank His Excellency, the President, for all that he mentioned. Of course, it was not 100%. We are just reviewing, but I think he did what he could. I want to agree with my brother here, Molo, that the speech was a bit too long. I think we may have left out some things that were important or issues that Kenyans wanted to see. But that in all, I want to say that he has done well. I want particularly to talk about the mention of BBI. I signed for that BBI. And I think it's only fair that the Kenyans are given a chance to look at it again, review where we went wrong, review cases which actually were good, because we said in that one, and he said it yesterday, that the winner take it all is an issue, because once you become the president, you do what you want. We want to spread out the power so that it can be able to have inclusivity in the leadership of this country. And therefore, I quite agree with him that they should be able to do something about it. And please, when it comes to this House, we will be there to support the review of the BBI. Secondly, Madam Speaker, he didn't talk so much about maize. The mainstay of the economy, mainstay of the food in this country is maize. I come from Trans Nzoia, and I keenly waited. There was nothing mentioned of the maize. There's a mention of tea. Of course, we have done very well, and coffee. But maize, which is a mainstay food in this country, was not mentioned. The farmers are so discouraged out there. Farmers are now not very keen. Given the climatical changes in this country, something should be done on the pricing of the maize and the inputs of the maize, which again, His Excellency the President did not mention. However, rural electrification he mentioned, I think he has done well, even in my own area, because with rural electrification, you're actually creating jobs for the youth. There are no jobs in this country, and therefore, I think we should actually, whoever is going to take leadership of this country, should take that as a very, very important area that we actually are looking forward to, so they can be able to create more jobs for our youth. Again, the infrastructure, of course, he has done very well in terms of the railways and what have you, highways, but in my own case, I have a problem, Madam Speaker. We did a road, and that road supposed to have been completed to connect with our neighboring states, Uganda, but it only went for about 11 kilometers and stopped. To date, there's nothing. From 2018 up to now, I don't even know who to go to. So I'm wondering whether this is actually a preference on the infrastructure, because I know for sure that some areas are getting roads, very high, the modern roads. And some of them are actually they're even constructing new roads. Why can't this country, why can't we have this network all over the country, and particularly in my area, where I think the road has stalled, and in this house, we said that constituencies that do not have tested tarmac should do that. That's exactly what happened. But the road now has stopped, and some areas, I'm afraid, I read, I hear, he mentioned that some areas, they are doing very well in terms of road network, but something should be done, because my roads actually are connecting the neighboring state, Uganda, which of course has a lot of influx into a country, and they bring a lot of businesses. So that again is something that His Excellency the President missed. The last one I mentioned before, the devolution, this is health. Health, much as evolved function, it has not done very well. We have cases where, much as we have new machines that he mentioned, but go to any county hospital, there are no trucks. I think even workers are going on strike. Something should be done. Health should come back to the central government. With those few remarks, I want to say thank you, Your Excellency. You had a very good speech, but let's take
the member representing the people of Central Imenti, the Honorable Kirima Gushine. Member for Central Imenti, I have been informed that is consulting. Then we have the member for Daya, the Honorable Mugambi Gichuki. The member for Daya constituency, the Honorable Mugambi Gichuki. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for that opportunity. Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate the President for performing this great duty and obligation, constitutional obligation, with distinction. The State of the Nation address was delivered with precision. It was well detailed, and it did reflect nationalism and patriotism, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's true, the President has done a lot for this country. He's been committed to ensuring that this nation moves forward in all aspects, economically, politically, and socially. Madam Speaker, it is true, his legacy on infrastructure will go for many, many years unchallenged, Madam Speaker. That today we are able to connect almost everywhere in this country through tarmac, Madam Speaker. That today virtually every farmer is able to get his or her produce to the market without a problem, Madam Speaker, is a great credit to His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Madam Speaker, it is true he's done a lot in healthcare sector. And I want to say thank you on behalf of Othaya people, where the President has given us a level 6 hospital, Madam Speaker, and which he did mention yesterday. We know we've made a great milestone in healthcare, Madam Speaker. The number of hospitals the President has constructed actually is almost double than what we had since independence, Madam Speaker. And we know that this is great for Kenyans. And going forward, we are sure that we'll see less Kenyans traveling out of this country, going out there to look for healthcare services abroad, Madam Speaker. We know the President has also gone out of his way to even partner with countries with advanced medical personnel like Cuba to ensure that Kenyans can receive the best at home. We want to congratulate the President for going out of his way to do what not many people would do. Madam Speaker, we also would want have witnessed a lot of growth in agriculture, particularly his intervention on tea sector. Would want to laud it. It was timely, and we know going forward, our tea farmers will benefit from these interventions. Madam Speaker, we can't forget that at one time, milk prices had plummeted to the lows of 17 shillings. And today, at least the farmers are able to get good prices out of their milk production, Madam Speaker. We want to congratulate the President on the way he's dealt with crisis. I think during his tenure, we've had quite a number of crises. For those who can remember, we had this crisis of Al-Shabaab when he took over, and which he's really tried to deal with, and we know the country has witnessed some peace and safety, Madam Speaker. We've had locust inflation, which also disrupted agriculture in quite a number of many parts of this country. And again, he was able to deal with it. We've also had this COVID, Madam Speaker, and I would like to congratulate him on the way he steered, especially the economic sector, the banking sector. We know we've had a stable banking environment during a very difficult moment of COVID, Madam Speaker. I would also want to congratulate him on the social safety net that is rolled out for Kenyans during this difficult moment. And those who are saying that he's not been able to care for the less fortunate, they should just reflect on the social safety net that this country has had. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to support.
Very well. General Member for Mwingi West, Guna Gusia, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
CNN.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity given to me. Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity indeed to congratulate our fourth President for the constitutional imperative he well executed and fulfilled yesterday. Madam Speaker, on behalf of people of Mwingi West, I salute our President for that. Madam Speaker, secondly, the President reminded us that epic things indeed can start with small, humble steps. The President, I liked his introductory part of his speech when he started reminding us how he started his life. And for the first time, indeed, he had mixed fortunes of even failing parliamentary seat and eventually getting nominated and eventually becoming a cabinet minister and many other steps he went through. I don't want to deal much on that, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, on that note, I liked the part when he said we need to show empathy to each other when we are in Angar's house. Mr. President served both as official opposition leader, so he was in this part I am seated now. Then the other time he served as in the government, and it is a good thing.
Which part are you the official?
I am in opposition, Madam Speaker, and through the NASA coalition, we are still the officially recognized opposition. And Madam Speaker, I'm proud of it because I know next year I will be in government straight without even hesitation. Madam Speaker, the President began the speech by actually looking at some of the issues of intervention during the COVID time. And let me take this opportunity to appreciate him.
Honorable Member, there is an intervention. I don't know it is a intervention from the member from Katundu North? No. Okay. Just carry on.
Okay. Okay. Issues of COVID. We know his leadership has been dogged by many challenges, health crisis, financial crisis because of the COVID-19. But Madam Speaker, the President has really tried, and I like the way he intervened during COVID crisis, 2020 and 2019 when it began. And we've seen so many measures taken by him and the Minister of Health, and that is why Kenya has not experienced a lot of death cases in terms of COVID cases compared to our neighboring countries and other countries, Madam Speaker. So that's a big plus for our president. Key things we appreciate its education sector. He has managed to do a lot of classrooms, which are actually going on. We've seen desk supplies. We've seen a lot of presidential bursaries helping our young kids, and we applaud him for that education sector. Health sector, Madam Speaker, 50 new level 3 hospitals directed to be built. Madam Speaker, we thank him, but we need to ensure there is equity in terms of the distribution of these health centers. So far, my constituents, I think I don't have even a level 3 hospital, Madam Speaker. And many other issues he highlighted: tourism, mitigation of deforestation, drought mitigation. He has done a lot in terms of water, ponds, earthy dams, infrastructure, 10,000 kilometers of road. It's not a joke, Madam. But Madam Speaker, before I conclude this, I would like to remind the President, his Lenkas in Ukambani, the road from Kibwezi, Kitui, Migwani, Bondoni Road. It is on the verge of stalling, Madam Speaker. So we need a President to intervene that so that it can be completed before his end of his term. Madam Speaker, I liked the issue of electrification. Although we need to revise these facts, the President did state that 90% of our schools are connected with national grid, but I want to disagree on that. I think
Member for Kajiado North, the Honorable Manche Wathigo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance to at least also say something on the presidential report on national values, international obligation, and national security. Madam Speaker, when I listened to the President yesterday, I got a feeling this is a man who knows the vision of the country. And actually a good CEO is somebody who knows where the entity is and where it is going. So I think, according to me, he has a clear vision of this particular country. One of a good president in any country is a president who knows how to administer the country, somebody who has public persuasion, somebody who deals with the economy properly, and also somebody who knows how to deal with crises. Like the one we had, COVID-19, that has been a problem world over. He had managed to maneuver it through and come up with an economy that was still performing in the positive. Many other countries were performing in the negative, including the United States of America, but Kenya managed to get at least 3% growth rate, despite the fact that there was COVID. Madam Speaker, one of the fundamentals of trade in every country is transportation industry. And he had managed to construct railways, tunnels, bridges, airports, seaports. You can see them, Lamu, Mombasa, and elsewhere. By the way, no country that can develop without a good transportation system, and Kenya is toward that direction. He mentioned it took about 200 years for America to turn around. And what happened in those years, 1956, the then President of the United States did something fundamental that brought America where it is today. He created trans-state roads connecting all the states in the United States of America. He had a program of connecting all the states. And when you connect states the way the President is connecting counties and areas, you ease trade, because a country cannot develop without trade. Transportation and roads are the basics of movement of goods in a country, from one country to another, from state to state, from county to county, and also movement of people. Because if we have very good roads in the country, you will find that people will be working in one area and staying in a different area. And that's where we are heading to. If you come to Nairobi today and see the way it is coming up, especially with the Nairobi Express, despite the fact that now it is becoming like any other international capital, it will ease trade within these surrounding counties, which is the way to go. So I think he's a man who is in the right direction. And also making sure that Kenyans are properly educated. I think he gives about 25% of the budget to education, because you see, an educated country is as good as when you educate people and empower them, they can easily go to the other level. So I think he knows how to remove people from the poverty, and also the ICT infrastructure that he's coming up with. Kenya is one of the countries that is doing very well in ICT. And if we use that now to make sure that at least we push to the other side, I think we can go very fast. In Africa, I think we are the best. We are doing very well internationally. MPS, you can transact business wherever you are, almost in the whole world. You can even pay your workers when you are in another country. So I think this is very good for our country. But having said that, we still have challenges that we need to deal with, like corruption that we have in the country. No country that has ever developed if it has corrupt officers. By the way, the 20 most poorest countries are the 20 most corrupt countries at the same time. So unless we fight this thing, we cannot get ourselves out of this poverty. And now that we are coming to an election, we have to make sure that we don't elect corrupt people in leadership, because that's what America did. If you continue electing poor people, then you will never claim this country. The other thing that we have to deal with is political parties. We have to establish good political parties in this country so that at least during that transition, we can transition it to good leadership. I support the report. Thank you very much.
Very well. The member for Rongai constituency, General Moi Kipruto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the President's address. Madam Speaker, the Article 132 of the Constitution mandates the President to address a joint sitting of Parliament once every year. And the 2021 State of the Nation address, Madam Speaker, was on the progress that Kenya has made in the social, in the economic fronts. And then also there was emphasis on the programs that had been put in place to mitigate some of those health issues that arose because of COVID-19, Madam Speaker. The address also, Madam Speaker, noted the physical measures that the government had put in place, both for the private and the public sector, in reducing the effects of the health pandemic. Also, some of the measures that the government did, Madam Speaker, was on issues of Kazi Mtaani, an initiative to create employment for the youth, which would create a sustainable income for the youth, Madam Speaker. Other measures also taken to support the people and hence the economy was suspension of the CRB listing by the Central Bank of Kenya, so that these negative credit ratings, Madam Speaker, could damage small and medium enterprises. So the government did away with that. They also did automation of the land registry at the house, Madam Speaker. Also, the registration of businesses could be done electronically, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, government also adopted e-payments and electronic payments at the commercial division of the high courts, which will make it easier for people to transact. And even the small claims court at the high court, Madam Speaker, they were encouraged to resolve disputes within 60 days so that at least capital that was locked up in disputes would be freed up, Madam Speaker. The President also addressed the improved roads and rail networks, and of course through the allocation of massive resources, and other areas that the President also mentioned that had made marked improvement, Madam Speaker, are electricity connectivity and the electricity sector, Madam Speaker. On agriculture, Madam Speaker, the President noted the improved value addition in coffee and tea, and that, of course, would add to the GDP of this country. But it is important to note, Madam Speaker, that other subsectors need the same support and need the same allocation of resources so that we can become food sufficient, Madam Speaker. Currently, Madam Speaker, fertilizer prices in areas like Uasin Gishu and Trans Nzoia have hit the roof. DAP, Madam Speaker, now sells for 5,500 shillings, whereas 6 months ago they were selling for 3,000 shillings. CAN, which is also a fertilizer used to supply nitrogen to maize, is going for 3,300 shillings, Madam Speaker. It seems, Madam Speaker, that when it comes to agriculture, we concentrate too much on tea, on coffee, and then when it comes to maize, Madam Speaker, we concentrate on the consumers. We don't concentrate on we don't give focus to the producer, the farmer. I'm also a maize farmer, Madam Speaker, and I know that there's a lot of disappointment in places like Uasin Gishu right now. And Trans Nzoia also, because that emphasis has been put on producers and so forth, on consumers. The government should refocus. They should refocus and look at the farmers. Otherwise, we will be disappointed and go to engage in other activities, Madam Speaker. And a nation that cannot feed itself is a weak nation. You cannot depend on other people to feed you. And we cannot, as a government, you cannot be patronizing foreign farmers as opposed to looking at your own farmers. And the problem with this, Madam Speaker, is also, of course, the issue of corruption. Because we are approaching the election cycle, there are issues of importation of maize, and this is to the detriment of our farmers. So I would urge the government to refocus on our farmers and give them the necessary allocation to produce food, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable Member for Kabondo Kaspul constituency, Honorable Bara Akinyi. Bara Akinyi, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I too appreciate the opportunity to contribute on the President's speech. First and foremost, I join my colleagues in appreciating what he has done over the last 8 to 10 years, close to 10 years. Madam Speaker, what struck me most was his humility and the manner in which he presented himself before us here. Madam Speaker, it is something that we need to emulate as leaders about him. He was able to admit challenges that he has gone through as a president of this country. Madam Speaker, I was touched when he touched on issues of corruption and what he did to try and curb some of the problems that were there. And he did mention bringing in the army, to the KDF, to come in and manage some of these institutions, and the turnaround that came about after this. Very few leaders would admit that publicly, that yes, I had a problem and I was losing this much, and when I did put in certain measures, I was able to reap almost tenfold. I did really appreciate that. Madam Speaker, on issues of his achievements, infrastructure, I don't have to repeat what my colleagues have already said, but we have seen it all. Roads, rail, that we never imagined as a country that we would see in our lifetime. And this was made possible by him. On the healthcare, Madam Speaker, what he was able to do with the healthcare, particularly when we had the challenges and the crisis of COVID-19. The amount of money that was pumped into our counties so that they could improve on their health care. We know that, yes, he did say 300 beds for every county, and we know that there are many counties got the money but didn't do anything. But at least he can say that, yes, this is what I did, and I was able to save my countrymen and women during the crisis. Madam Speaker, on issues of education, even as recent as last month, he was able to pump in 8 billion for the expansion of classrooms in secondary schools to mitigate against the 100% transition in secondary school. There are so many, Madam Speaker, that he has been able to do. But because of the noise that was going on in this country, there was so much noise in this country that we were not able to appreciate what he has done. And him standing there and telling us what he has done is a reminder to us here that what have we done ourselves? What will our constituents say is our scorecard? Even as we sit here and say that, yes, this is about the president, what about ourselves? Because in our own right, in our own constituencies, our constituents will also judge us on what we've been able to do. So I wanted to appreciate again. Thank you so much, Mr. President. The challenges are there. Each one of us do face those challenges. But I was happy when I heard you talk about the regrets on the BBI, on what you felt Kenyans would have gained out of BBI. And this is out of the handshake, out of deep conversation with your partner, Raila Amolo Odinga. Allocation of resources to the counties, we lost that. Gender parity, we lost that. On issues of, he actually mentioned 3 of them. Expansion of the presidency, we lost that so that people are not fighting for resources when everybody can see their person there. We lost that, but at least he gave us hope that all was not lost. Thank you very much. I support again. Thank you.
Very well. That was a member for Kaspul Kabondo, Obara. The member who has the floor is a member for Kisauni constituency, Therobo Bogo Mensa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice on this important motion about the state of the address of the President yesterday. And first and foremost, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Kisauni, I wish to salute His Excellency the President for exercising his constitutional imperative under Article 132D of the 2010 Constitution. Madam Speaker, there are many things that we can talk about the President, his achievements, and of course, we have to be realistic to what has been done, and we have to give credit where it is due. The President has achieved a lot in his tenure since he became President in 2013. But nevertheless, we understand the challenges that he's been through from the time he took over in 2013 as the President of this country. He had the Hague issues, the issues of corruption, the issues of outcome of elections. But one thing that I will always remember this President is what he did when he extended his hand to shake his hand with the Right Honorable the former Prime Minister, Raila Amolo Odinga. And that brought a lot of stability in this country, Madam Speaker, and we cannot shy away from saying that because that was a big achievement that not many people can be able to do because of ego. But the President and the Right Honorable, they did put their egos aside and put the country ahead. And they exercised and demonstrated to us that that is how true patriots are supposed to behave. Put the country first. Then your egos comes later. So, Madam Speaker, as a member of Parliament for Kisauni, I have a lot that I can say about the President. Of course, the issue of equity is key. There are many complaints from many parts of the country that, yes, good things are happening, but they do not trickle to each and every village of this country. But nevertheless, we have to appreciate what he has done for the bigger country, because at the end of the day, we have to look at the country as a whole. In terms of infrastructure, in terms of roads, Madam Speaker, There's a lot that we can say. And of course, the president has raised the bar in terms of development. And whoever will come in as the 50th president of this country, he will have a lot to do to outdo the good record that has been achieved by His Excellency, the President Uhuru Kenyatta. If you look at the roads, Madam Speaker, we can talk about the railway from Mombasa to Nairobi, from Nairobi to Naivasha. It has really opened up this country. If you look at the tarmacking of the roads in this country, Madam Speaker, what has been done in 123 years as per the detailed report that was shared by the President yesterday of 11,000 kilometers of tarmac road, he was able to achieve 10,000 plus in 10 years. That is a record, Madam Speaker, that I'm sure maybe whoever will come in, he will have to work extra hard to break that record. Madam Speaker, I'm also a beneficiary of these road development in my own constituency. We had a road that had stalled in 23 years, a road that connects Kisauni and Mwakirunge towards Kaloleni. It's called the Mwisho wa Lami. This road has stalled for the last 23 years, Madam Speaker, but the President allocated some funds and this road we started tarmacking this road, and now we are almost at the tail end of this road. There is another road, Madam Speaker, that will start very soon. Will start maybe early next year. It's a 34-kilometer road. We allocated 1.6 billion, and we are tarmacking that road from Bamburi all the way to Mwakirunge, all the way to Kaloleni. This is an area that has never seen tarmac for the last 123 years, Madam Speaker. And this is something that we, the people of Kisauni, will always be appreciative of what the President has done. When it comes to energy sector, Madam Speaker, of course, when you look at the number of households that have been connected to the national grid, is something that we have to be proud of. And I'm also a beneficiary of that program. We have villages in my constituency, a village called Chidagaya. Many other areas that have all been connected to the national grid today, and my people can be able to see electricity for the first time in 123 years. Madam Speaker, the downsides of all of this is on the cost of fuel. There has been hue and cry, and yesterday the President said we have invested heavily on the KOT jetty, which can be able to accommodate 4 vessels at a time, but that is not the solution of the demurrage issue. The demurrage issue can only be sorted out if we expand and increase our storage capacity and the evacuation.
The member for Baringo County, the Honorable Cheruiyot Jesire, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I'm so much delighted that I've gotten the chance to discuss or support the speech and the statement that the President made yesterday, that His Excellency the President managed to deliver all this that people are really talking about, despite the challenges that he had or we had as a country following pandemic, following continued politicking since the time we were elected in up to date. He really tried as a human being within his reach. And I must say that as Kenyans, we are proud, or I'm proud of him as my president. And we want to pray that whoever is going to come after him will pick up from there and even do more. Madam Speaker, the president worked, being helped by God to hold this country together by actually accepting to do handshake, which of course many people were not happy about. And people read sinister motive. But finally and eventually, it became very beneficial to this country, to all levels of people, young and old. And it is a thing that maybe will be kept so that in future, some people can refer to it. This is precedence, so that other presidents in future will not be so much selfish that they don't think, they think it's not easy to get another person to work with, despite the fact that you are the president. But of course, BBI would have solved our problem if we did not, if we had passed it. And because this constitution that we have now is a president takes it all, becomes so challenging because the other part will be having half of the country. So it is important that we relook into that and we leave our selfish thinking. Madam Speaker, in his leadership, health sector really improved. We know pandemic contributed a lot because the hospital capacity increased in terms of ICU beds. We have seen a lot of change in even numbers of facilities that increased. We are happy. We only pray that the governors, the county governments are going to continue keeping up to the standard of the facilities that were already established by national government. Madam Speaker, the pandemic did not alone affect economy. We know it affected so many things. Socially, people are affected. We know we also lost so many people. Many people are here crying left, right, center because of what happened. But despite that, we know the president did his part to really try and control within his reach the effects of pandemic, particularly the COVID in this country, and we are happy. We know it became a serious economic challenge, but we were able to really go through it, and we thank God, so far, so good. The Kenyans are vaccinated. We are also increasing the number of people who are going to be vaccinated, and we are encouraging Kenyans to continue getting vaccinated. Madam Speaker, there is this cash transfer that's happening to the elderly. It is a plus to us. Cash transfer, which is happening in this country now, is a unique exercise that is actually improving humanity. It is helping Kenyans, it is helping the elderly to be able to meet day-to-day basic needs, which is not very easy to many countries. I think it's one of the unique things that's happening. We really appreciate. Madam Speaker, apart from that, there are so many good things we can talk about the president. But we cannot lack a few that were not well done. But we say the people who are going to come thereafter are going to finish about them. Compensation that is going to happen in Baringo County to the people who are affected by wildlife conflict, human-wildlife conflict, we are very happy because it is one of its own kind and it's going to happen soon. So, Mr. President, I congratulate you. God help you as you proceed on. Go, don't be tired. Finish it well. Hand it over well to the right person. God bless the President, His Excellency, Uhuru.
The member for Tiati constituency, the Honorable Kamket William. Baringo. It's not Baringo.
Mighty Tiati. Mighty
Tiati.
Mighty Tiati.
We know it as a Tiati constituency.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity to comment on the presidential address. Madam Speaker, what concerns me as a pastoralist mostly is the matter of livestock. And Madam Speaker, I want to state from the outset, I want to thank the President for mentioning something, even if a little bit in passing, on the matter of livestock off-take programs. But I want to say, Madam Speaker, that I want to encourage those who sit around the President to realize, Madam Speaker, that those of us who depend on livestock are also very serious stakeholders of the economy of this country. And I would like to urge those who sit and advise the President to remember that livestock is a key factor in the lives of those of us who look after cows. I'm a bit disappointed, Madam Speaker, by the way the livestock industry has been treated over the years. I hear lofty amounts of money being allocated to other departments like the crop industry, but the livestock is not very well considered. But I'm impressed that the President took it upon himself, Madam Speaker, to take away Kenya Meat Commission from the corrupt elements and give it to Kenya Defense Forces, who have now revived it. I urge that this, the success that is being observed at the Kenya Meat Commission now goes down to the right people in the villages where we come from. That livestock is devolved, and I urge that Kenya Meat Commission, with that success in Nairobi or at the river, moves down to where we come from. Madam Speaker, on the matter of security, I want to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to appreciate the measures taken by His Excellency the President in securing our country, both internationally and within. But Madam Speaker, I want to take this moment to urge the President and to implore the President not to listen and not to bow to political pressure to allow the rearming of communities. I am aware, Madam Speaker, that some of my colleagues, because of some little pressures here and there, have had to run to the office of the President to ask the police and the Minister for Security to rearm communities to fight each other using government guns in the matter called the National Police Reserve. When the guns were removed, Madam Speaker, from Raya, we have enjoyed relative peace. There are skirmishes here and there, but rearming communities is tantamount to an admission of failure by the security forces, and it is it's not the right thing to do. The best thing to do for me, in my opinion, Madam Speaker, is to develop these regions. The Yati constituency, for instance, Madam Speaker, constitutes half of Baringo County. All we need in that region, Madam Speaker, is just development. Let us implement the equalization fund totally. Now that we have passed the regulations, let us just implement and develop these places out of the mentality of poverty. Madam Speaker, on the matters of political stability, I was one very disappointed Kenyan when the court made its pronunciation on the BBI. But I'm comforted that the President made that assurance yesterday that the BBI is coming back and we will have it implemented one way or another, either by this government as it is outgoing or the incoming government, which I know that I shall proudly be serving in as part of that government.
Honorable Member for Kamket, you could have a lot to say as a member for Tiati, but because of issues of... no, you are not any special than any other member. Let's have other members do it. The member for Kiharu constituency. Yeah, you've done well. You've done well.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. And I have to say that the President's State of the Nation address yesterday was both underwhelming and disappointing. Because we came here with great expectations that the President would say something around agriculture and farmers. Because, Madam Speaker, as you know, agriculture forms the backbone of our economy. But unfortunately, issues around farmers were relegated to ETCs and AOBs. First of all, Madam Speaker, the President was not factual to insinuate to this House that tea farmers are having their best year in a decade or so. In fact, tea farmers are crying out there because the kind of prices they faced this year is disappointing and actually lower than many of the years back, Madam Speaker. Also, I expected the President to take over and to take up the speech from where he left in the last year, Madam Speaker, where he talked about the cherry fund of our coffee farmers. But, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, cherry fund is just in papers and in the files of CS Monya. Insofar as farmers are concerned, there is no such money that has reached to their pockets, Madam Speaker, to be able to spur their farming, and especially in terms of coffee farming. Madam Speaker, also, there was a contradiction of facts, because in some ways, you could feel like we are in some Netflix video, Madam Speaker, here in this parliament, because the reality that was portrayed by the State of the Nation address yesterday is very different from the real reality out there. Because Mr. President talked about fertilizer prices having gone down. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the reality, and anyone can do spot checks around, is that fertilizer prices are actually on their highest prices, Madam Speaker, in history. And therefore, it was not right for the President to give us wrong figures when majority of the people we represent, and especially farmers, are out there waiting for real solutions from this House. Madam Speaker, also, it was disappointing because I heard the President say that he took over the economy when it was around 4.7 trillion Kenya shillings. And he went ahead to say that currently our economy is standing at around 11 trillion Kenya shillings. But Madam Speaker, even using the same government data that we are given in this House every year, Madam Speaker, in the year 2013, our economy grew by just around 5.8%. In 2014, it grew by around 5.3%. On average, so that I don't tire this House with a lot of figures, the economy of Kenya has grown compounded by an average of 5% every year from 2013. Madam Speaker, this is not miracles and it's not rocket science. Any Kenyan can take up their calculator and compound 4.7 by 5%, Madam Speaker, in the last 8 years. And what you'll get as an aggregate is just around 6.8 trillion Kenya shillings. And therefore, Madam Speaker, for the economy to have grown to 11 trillion, the Kenyan economy ought to have grown by 10 to 11% per annum compounded for the 8 years. And therefore, Madam Speaker, Kenya ought to have been praised out there as the highest growing economy in the world. Disappointingly, Madam Speaker, if you compound the average, as reported by this government, it comes to approximately 6.8. And therefore, either the President's speech was wrong or the data provided by this government is wrong. Lastly, Madam Speaker, because I can see my time is almost up, the issue of debt. The President talked about kilometers of road, connections of electricity. We have borrowed a net of over 10 trillion. Madam Speaker, a proportion of that can do much. If we just tarmac actually double, that is 20,000 kilometers, that's 1.2 trillion. Madam Speaker, if you connect the 10 million households to electricity, that is 350 billion. If you connect water, 50,000 per household, that's 500 billion. If you actually do a level 6 hospital in every constituency, that's 290 billion. Cumulatively, that's around 3.32 trillion, Madam Speaker. If you throw in a trillion for the other people to steal, it also leaves over half of the money that we have borrowed, Madam Speaker, that cannot be traced. We do not know where that money is. Madam Speaker.
The member for Matayos, the representative of the people of Matayos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From the onset, let me also say that I'm pleased with the address by the head of state yesterday. And Madam Speaker, we want to really appreciate that the President, in his humility and wisdom, decided to do a handshake with the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, which has created some peace and some order in the country, which was not there before. Madam Speaker, this was good ground, good environment for economy to grow and for the government to perform its duties. It is from this, Madam Speaker, that I really say that the President was guided by God and wisdom. And Madam Speaker, we can also go through the books of history and remember that had this been done before, this country would be much, much ahead. We do remember that the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga did that kind of thing with the late President Moi at one time. He later on also did that after the 2002 elections with the retired President Mwai Kibaki, and even now. And this is the kind of thing that we want leaders to emulate, even after our elections, so that we have a country that is moving together. We have to accept sometimes the results as they are declared. Madam Speaker, in the handshake and later on the BBI, the issue of inclusivity is quite important. And I was happy with the President's address when he really mentioned that we need to revisit the contents of the BBI. And I'm sure that this will be done when we have a new president coming in and some organization in government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the issue of infrastructure, it is true that a lot has been done during President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta's term, or 2 terms, and we really appreciate. But we also want to say that we need this to be cascaded to all other parts of the country. When we walk around Nairobi, we're happy. Of course, Mwai Kibaki did the Thika road. We are seeing the express way here, and quite a number of good roads around the counties that are around Nairobi, mostly in central and so on. But you move to the rest of the country, like Busia, which is the entry and exit to our neighbors in eastern, central, and even western North Africa. There are no roads. It doesn't really help to have good roads only around the city, and then outside, we don't have roads connecting to those other nations. For any country to grow, and it was stated here by Honorable Manje, for industrialization to take place, for manufacturing to get itself embedded and entrenched, we really need to have a transport system working. And we will not only have that transport system or infrastructure working only around a certain region or the city and so on and so forth. If you open up the roads in Busia, for instance, we have 3 borders, Busia border post, Malawa border post, and the one that Mzee Kibaki came to launch at Mluanda. All of them have no roads. You get to Busia, you wonder if Kenya National Highways Authority is doing anything in this country. There's very little that has been done. We needed to open up those bypasses, like from Mundika to Mayenje to the border post, and the other one from Mundika to Kemodo to Buteba on the border with Uganda, and expand the one in Balaba. And I know that the roads and borders of Busia carry a lot more trade than any other in this country, and they should not be, relegated to any second spot. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member for Gatundu North Constituency, the Honorable Kibe Wajiko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for granting me this opportunity to also go on record and congratulate His Excellency the President, indeed, for a very good State of the Nation address. And Madam Speaker, if you allow me, from the village where I come from, we have a famous saying that says, a human being, if you allow me to translate, will always count what has not been given, but they rarely count what has been given. And listening to my friend in age mate, Dede Nyoro, Mheshimiwa Dede Nyoro.
Your age mate?
Oh, yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes. I think, I feel like he has chosen to count what has not been given, but not what has given. And just to highlight just a few, and without being repetitive, Honorable Speaker, I think our president, and I'm very, very happy that I woke up on that day and put my vote where it mattered, that he has proved that he's a man and a president who loves this country, not just this country, but one who loves Africa
He's a Pan-Africanist, and also he has put this country in the global map. And if we look at the kind of developments that are going on, Honorable Speaker, and you can see that from where we are coming from, it's important when you're looking at change and transformation that first of all you have to look at where we are coming from and where we are going, where we are and where we're going. And I think the president took over to that president, Honorable Moi Kibaki, and we know how the country was at that time. And I think he came in with a vision to build on what had been done, and that's the reason why we have been able to see a lot of progress, a lot of developments going on, Honorable Speaker. I think it is important, however much someone may, you hate or you love him, it's good to give credit where it is due. Honorable Speaker, I want to highlight the issue of agriculture because I come in from an agricultural constituency, Gatundu North, and I think I've been very involved in the kind of transformation that is going on, happening in the sectors of especially tea and coffee. I've always tried to participate where I can. I've even tried to bring in my farmers so that to ensure that they are able to benefit in the cherry fund. But I think it's very exciting and the farmers are very exciting. So when someone comes in to say that the president didn't really know what he's talking about, I think there's witness. I mean, we are witness. We have been able to witness what has been happening. There's a lot of the things that are happening, transformation. And for me, I will sit here and give him an A- for the job that he has done. Not to say that we cannot do more. I give that A- bearing in mind that there have been major challenges. It's also good to know, Honorable Speaker, that the president is the first president who was able to implement the new constitution, which has had challenges. We've had the issues of COVID, which have been challenging to this country, but our economy still is strong, and Kenya is now in the global scene. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I do support and want to congratulate the president. And where I come from, we are saying, when he gives us the direction, we want to follow what direction he gives us or guide us so that we ensure his legacy will go in the right, be in the right hands. Thank you very much. Very much.
Let me have the member for Runyenjes, the Honorable Jiro Muchangi, the member for Runyenjes constituency.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the State of the Nation address yesterday. And Madam Speaker, I need to state by saying that I was seated here listening carefully to the discussions and to the address that was being given yesterday. And of concern to me, Madam Speaker, is the emphasis that the President made on how his government or this government has expanded the road networks in this country and the infrastructure, including the port and the expressway. And Madam Speaker, I need to state that this effect has not been felt across all the areas in this country. And specifically, I'm mentioning Embu County and Runyenjes constituency. Because, Madam Speaker, I know there are roads that have stalled from 2015 and have not been completed to date, including Kieni, Kadanjure, Karurumo. So when the port and the expressway and the Mau Mau roads are mentioned, and even the dual carriage, the Keno, Maroa Road are being mentioned, we, the people of Embu, do not feel like we have been attended
as we should have been sorted by this government. Because actually, there is a road from Kararitiri to Rokoriri to Kadageri and to Kigumo, a road that is next to the forest, and actually next to the road is the trench that was dug by the Mau Mau fighters. But that road was left out and has not been tarmacked, and that is a road that we would like to see done. Then secondly, Madam Speaker, is the issue of the tea earnings. Madam Speaker, I am a tea farmer, and my constituents, half of them are tea farmers and coffee farmers. And I can confirm to this House that the effect of the sales that were mentioned in the President's address are not being felt in the constituency by the tea farmers. And we would like to tell the President to ensure that these prices that we are being told of that are good currently, we would like to hear those good stories from the tea farmers themselves, that they are getting the benefits. Because as a tea farmer, previously, a couple of years ago, we have been paid 58 shillings per kilogram. And last year, or this year's tea bonus, we were paid only 30 shillings. And I need to confirm that my tea factory, Rokoriri Tea Factory, is the best tea factory in the country, but it only got paid 30 shillings per kilo. Yet the same factory has paid 58 shillings per kilo a couple of years ago. So we would like to feel the impact of the progress that the President is talking about, so that all of us can really celebrate the earnings, or rather the gains that this government has made. So with those few remarks, I support.
You support. Then we have the member for Daragwa, the Honorable Jeremiah Kioni. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that opportunity. For 8 years, the President and the Jubilee government has managed to do what others had not managed to do for well over 123 years. Madam Speaker, it was a great opportunity for us to listen to the President. Some of us who have been keen to listen to others were getting a little concerned, because all that we were being told is that nothing has been done. And without doubt, the President did not cover all that we know, and for the reason that perhaps there wasn't enough time. One of the astonishing things, Madam Speaker, that I would want to mention for the record is that in my constituency, we have had the Ministry of Water under the Waziri and the PS, through the National Irrigation Agency. They have done what we call the water pans. Before the commencement of this exercise by Jubilee government, and under the direct management of Uhuru himself, the President, those water pans were being done at a cost of 180 million shillings each. In my constituency, 2 were done in the recent past at the cost of 18 million shillings each. Just note the difference. We were doing them at 180 million. And when they were being done 2 years ago, the same amount of excavation was done at 18 million shillings. Look at the theft of public resources that was going on. So when you hear the President saying that we were losing about 2 billion shillings on a regular basis, it's not through other means. It's because people who had been entrusted with those offices were stealing through the laid-down channels by corrupting the channels and not doing what was expected of them. He also gave us the example of Kenya Meat Commission, where before the coming on board of Kenya Defense Forces, we were collecting only 8,000 shillings a day. But with the Kenya Defense Forces being on board and being in charge, we are doing 1 million shillings a day. How more, or how much more would somebody want the President to demonstrate how the changes that have been done just by having honest people on board? This country can achieve a lot, but what is lacking is the honesty of those who have been charged with the responsibility to manage our affairs. And I want to include ourselves in that. When we have been elected into office, I think it is always fair that we devote the time that we have in helping improve the lives of the people who voted for us. But when we spend all our time again doing campaigns, even before the time is right for it, we waste people's time, and we also are dishonest in all our ways, because you cannot campaign for all the time you are supposed to have been offering leadership, and in essence wasting people's time. Madam Speaker, look at it again. We had the very difficult scenario in this country, like it was everywhere else in the world, of the COVID epidemic. But under the management of the president, we were able to come out best. We came out better than many nations. But even still, we had companies that seized the opportunity, and they became exporters of products from this country because they saw an opportunity to do something differently than we have done before. We have talked about roads, and I agree, in my constituency we have roads that are under construction. They will certainly not be complete by the time we do elections next year. And I hope that we'll have done more. We want to do more. We are doing 106 kilometers of road. We would want to do another 100 kilometers of road under the new government. But it is a question of who is it that we entrust with the next government. And it is important that we check around and see who has those safe hearts. If you ask me, I can tell you, and I have said it before, and I want to say it again, that I believe that the handshake was the direction that was given to us. It is through the handshake that we have been able to achieve all that was said yesterday, and we can achieve more if we give ourselves that opportunity again come 2022. I thank you.
Let me have the member for KO South, the Honorable Rono Kipko Gay. The Honorable Rono, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also weigh on the state of the nation addressed by our President. It's true, Honorable Speaker, that the Jubilee government has achieved quite some growth in our economy. And this is attributed a lot to the first term between 2013 and 2017. Needless to say, a few developments have taken place certainly from 2017 to date. We are told 11,000 roads were tarmacked. And it's good to get to know where exactly these tarmac roads are. I don't challenge that they could be existing, but there is a lot of inequality in this tarmacking of roads. Because there are some areas you find, for example, in my constituency, a road that was to leave my constituency all the way to Tot, where it would open areas to avoid this cattle rustling that you hear day in, day out, would have been opened by now. But because we were in the wrong side of history, as you all know, because we were not part of this handshake animal, we actually suffered as a county. We could not get that road. We take, for example, the dams now, for example, Kimwarer and Aror. It was politicized, not because of anything. That is how government have been doing their projects. That's how they signed their documents. If you look at Itare Dam, that is the game that was used to get the money from abroad. But because of politics, because we were not in this handshake anymore, our projects like Kimwarer and Aror were demonized. Honorable Speaker, we take, for example, now, if I go back to the roads, We have a road that, for example, that is supposed to move from Kipsau's down to Kapkayo, and it was supposed to move to a place called Msea. But it was cut short because we are...
Order, just 1 minute, Honorable Member. Do I see an intervention by the Honorable Member for Tiati? Who spoke? Yes, Honorable Member for Tiati. What is...
Madam Speaker, this is a house of record, and I do not like when members deliberately...
so what is out of order? Can you state
is the member in order, Madam Speaker, to mislead the House that the road from Loruk to Tot to Marich Pass is not being done yet? Madam Speaker, the awards have been given, and I'm aware that the road is already beginning. And misleading the House that the only reason the road is not being done is because he's Tanga-Tanga.
No, you are out of order. You are out of order. You know, you got your time, you spoke to the address. Remember for Tiati, it's important for members for us to understand. You spoke. If you have the paperwork, if you know that it was started, and you're even on record yourself saying that it has not started, the member is right to debate. Maybe you'd approve to him, or I don't know how you know, and he doesn't know. So that's for another day. So, Honorable Member, please carry on.
Honorable Speaker, I think my colleague was in deep slumber because I mentioned the road from my KO constituency called Msea going to Tot, where it's called Marakwet. Him is talking about Kachaliba's area and Baringo area, which is actually totally out of order. We need to inform him, and that's why he's fleeing actually, because he knows he's misleading the House. Honorable Speaker, I hope you'll refund the minutes that the honorable member has actually wasted. We've been told the economy has expanded. We want to be told how many jobs were created. Our youth are unemployed as we are talking now. Virtually no movement in this country has taken place to employ the unemployed. We have quite a number of unemployed youth. We want to be told by the president, even if the GDP doubled, then the number of youths should equally have doubled in terms of employment. We have been told about health care, that by 2022, we will have achieved what we call universal health care. But he's not mentioning the fact that hardly there are drugs in our counties, in our hospitals, in our health dispensaries, and so forth. There are no drugs. And this is actually as a result of the famous COVID billionaires, the KEMSA thieves. So he is not talking about how we should address these KEMSA thieves, which are the cause of actually our county hospitals not having drugs. Honorable Speaker, we've been told we have achieved political stability as a result of the handshake, but he's forgetting to bring everybody on board in this handshake. He left other areas in this handshake. We have been told, because this instability was man-made.
Honorable Member for Kenya South, Honorable Member for Kenya South, you love your time, but let me have the intervention from the member for Kiambu. Honorable Member for Kiambu, on intervention.
Madam Speaker, is it in order for the Honorable Member to mislead this House when he says that the government has not done any or has not any intention of making youth employment, while we know very well that the government has engaged Kenya Youth Employment.
For Kiambu, no. Remember, Kiambu, you love your time, and you love your time to debate on this. If you have facts, if you know what the government has done, what it has done or not. And members, please allow me also, and as I did in the last sitting, just guide the House. Please do not just rise up on a point of order that you're not even able to substantiate. Please allow yourself, get your time your time to debate, because most of the members, and I can tell you what we are observing, and anytime you rise up on a point of order, please, you must use your standing order and let the House know which standing order you use, so that we don't just take advantage of point of orders for us to be. Honorable member for KO is right. It's a house of debate. When you get your time, Honorable Jude Jomo, you will substantiate and say your part, whether you know it has been done or not. Yes, member for KO.
And Honorable Speaker, you kindly grant me more time because the issue of political instability, Honorable Speaker, was man-made. This is an individual who could not accept results of an election. He was beaten in an election with the result that he was targeting an handshake so that he can go through the back door to be in government, which is wrong. We should never allow this. We should never encourage this. We want to have elections, and we respect the results of an election. The BBI regret that BBI, where the president is actually regretting that it died, I wish to say that let BBI die a natural death, because issues, a good number of issues can be achieved through administration, through parliament here. We can actually raise the allocation of the counties from 15% to 30 to 35%.
Very well. Let me have now the member for Nyeri Town, the Honorable Bugungujiri. The Honorable.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to stand up and comment about the President's State of the Nation address, and especially to support a lot of the things that he raised. First and foremost, Madam Speaker, I want to point out that in any given circumstance, you have an option. You can give somebody a glass of juice that is 3/4 full, and they can decide that they're going to focus on the quarter that is not there, and they're going to complain about that particular quarter. And what we saw, and for those of us who are in this house, we are all operatives of politics, that we know politics is not a perfect business. You can never get 100%. In fact, if you get 65, 75%, you're doing extremely well. We listened to the President yesterday as he articulated what his government has done. Madam Speaker, there's one thing that I feel is very understated. The last time I got a 411 update on vaccinations in the country, I was informed that we have close to 6 million or above 6 million Kenyans who have been vaccinated. And I don't know whether we understand the capacity and the cost of vaccinating 6 million Kenyans at no cost. The government has been able to do this. People across the country have been able to access COVID vaccinations, and this is something we're supposed to be celebrating and acknowledging as an achievement of this government. Madam Speaker, when you go to the President's State of the Nation address specifically, you see how this particular president turned a crisis into an opportunity. I come from Nyeri Town constituency. During the COVID pandemic, when it was at its highest, we had 4,000 young men and women working every day under Kazi Mtaani in just that one particular constituency. And this played a major role in keeping the community going, in reducing opportunities for misbehavior among these particular young people. People were earning some money, people were busy, and this is something that we need to appreciate. Madam Speaker, it is also important for us to appreciate that we have had an extremely volatile political environment in this country over the last 3 years. Madam Speaker, sections of the executive, sections of government decided that they were not going to work and they were going to spend the period campaigning, and left the president and part of his government being the ones who are working. Despite this, and despite the fact that we looked like we were running into a campaign at any given time, the president was able to steady the country, keep it going. We have had people shouting politically every particular weekend and every week, and it has not affected at all the social structure of this country. It hasn't affected at all the economic structure of this country. It hasn't affected at all how people relate with one another. That is a massive achievement, Madam Speaker. I have listened to some of my colleagues complaining about being left out of the handshake. Madam Speaker, the handshake of 2018 was between protagonists of a political competition. This political competition that happened in 2017 was between two people. I don't understand why some people feel like they were left out. They were not part of that particular conflict, unless they want to be part of it. In addition, and this is now where it is important for us to remember, the humility that is required to do what the partners of the handshake did tells us their commitment to this country. They were able to come down from their high horses, or both of them. Each of them felt a certain sense of entitlement of their position. They came down. And for the sake of this nation, they reached out to each other. Madam Speaker, the importance of that and the lesson that that teaches us is that for us to move our country forward, we must be willing to step down from hard-held positions and be able to listen to the other person. This is one of the achievements of this particular president. There was a major articulation in point form of the economic infrastructure. Kenya looks like a construction site. In this town, you drive around, you look like you're in the middle of a construction site. That is something that we cannot underscore. So, Madam Speaker, mine is to congratulate the president for what he has done. I know he still has another couple of months to finish, and I know he will finish strong. And as he finishes strong, we'll be able as a country to decide who takes over from him to continue the good work that he has done. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Very well. The Honorable Kingola Macau, the member for Mavoko constituency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this moment to comment on the president's speech. Madam Speaker, I thank the president. Yesterday, he cut out his speech into three: economic, social, and political. Madam Speaker, when I listen to the president, he spoke of his achievements. And right now, as I stand here, I'm one of the happiest people out of those gains. The Nairobi Expressway from Lolongo, Madam Speaker, after it's completed, he himself said to take about 22 minutes to be in this town. That one, I say, is a tick. Number two, Madam Speaker, I know the road network, the water, the electricity connectivity. The president was categorical, and he highlighted all the areas that Kenyans are benefited. In fact, if you listen to the president, he spoke of two terms. The first was government, and the second was him. Madam Speaker, if you listened to the president himself, on his own, he's achieved more than what the government did since 2013. Therefore, economically, Madam Speaker, I think the president was to the point and rightfully so. On social, Madam Speaker, the president spoke of Kazi Mtaani. I want to say here, I can witness that. Mavoko constituency alone had 4,500 young men and women, youths, benefiting from the Kazi Mtaani initiative. Madam Speaker, that not only mitigated the COVID hard times that came with it, but also made our youth be busy. Number three, Madam Speaker, when the president spoke about politics, indeed, I listened to him very carefully. Madam Speaker, the president himself, by him offering to go for a handshake, was a way of bringing sanity in this country. And when I hear people saying that he went to see Raila for his own sake or his benefit, I categorically disagree with that. Because, Madam Speaker, from March 2018, some sanity developed in this country and business resumed. He even highlighted how much money we lost in terms of man hours, in terms of lost opportunities. But after handshake, Madam Speaker, every person in the globe knows Kenya took off. And I want to commend him for that. Madam Speaker, not only the handshake was between him and Raila Amolo Odinga, my own party leader, Kalonzo Musyoka, the party leader of Wiper, joined in. And Madam Speaker, I am one of the beneficiaries of that handshake. As I stand here, I am the substantive chair of sports, culture, and tourism because of that understanding. That one brought harmony, understanding among all parties in this house. So, Madam Speaker, anybody, there are even people who are appointed as CASs, PSs out of that. That was showing some national look in the country. Madam Speaker, and the President himself spoke about BBI. I still support BBI because from where I sit, Madam Speaker, we have lost opportunities, particularly in my constituency, Mavoko, which has more than 500,000 people. I was going to benefit from the BBI in that we're going to have about 2 constituencies in one and more than 10 wards from that BBI. So, Madam Speaker, I am still of the opinion that we still revive BBI because it's going to bring more money for devolution, more administrative units. And Madam Speaker, I want to invite my colleagues. Let us look at BBI as a development tool that will anchor all the development, for example, from 15% to 35%, that will be anchored in law, so that successive governments that come will not just be people operating within the whims of the president, and we avoid the winner takes it all. So, Madam Speaker, those few remarks, I really support the president's speech, and I want to tell Kenyans, let us support President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta for the remaining time so that we can reap a few benefits.
Very well. The member for Ruiru constituency, the Honorable Aranganga. A point of order. Who is on point of order? I cannot see any intervention. And Honorable Makau has a right to, of course, I've not seen him to speak himself, including saying his own party leader, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, to be the president. Remember, this is a house of debate. Yes, let me have the member for Ruiru. You have the floor. The member for Ruiru constituency, you have the floor.
Asante sana Bi Speaker kwa kupatia mimi mwanya huu wa kuchangia hali ya taifa iliyoletwa mbele yetu jana na kiongozi wa nchi hii. La kwanza kabisa ni kumshukuru kwa sababu ya kuheshimu bunge na kuheshimu sheria na kuona ni vizuri atumie utaratibu uliotengwa kikatiba na kuweza kutekeleza kazi yake ile alipewa na wananchi. Kama vile wenzangu wamechangia pale mwanzo, ni vizuri kuheshimu na kuongea yale mema na mazuri yametendwa na viongozi hasa Uhuru Kenyatta. Na la muhimu sana ndio tuweze kutekeleza maendeleo ya aina yoyote, ni vizuri tuwe na mabarabara ya kupitia, na mnajua amechukua changamoto kubwa kuona mabarabara yametengenezwa kwa wingi, na vile vile haiwezi kaisha na siku ya kwanza. Mabarabara mengi yametengenezwa, lakini kuna yale mawili matatu yamebaki, na sio siku kusema ati kazi haijafanywa, kwa sababu ukiangalia kama kwangu Ruiru mabarabara yamefanywa, lakini bado kwa sababu ya wingi wa watu kuna mabarabara kama ile ya Rainbow kwenda Kikumali na shikanisha Juja na Ruiru, bado tunategemea katika utaratibu ule tutapata nafasi. Vile vile ukiangalia mwanadamu hawezi kuishi bila maji, na serikali imechukua jukumu la kuhakikisha wananchi wengi hapa Kenya wamepata maji, na mimi siwezi kalalamika kwa sababu hata kama maji haya hayajatimika, najua kuna ile Karemeno Dam na itasaidia Ruiru, itasaidia Juja, itasaidia Thika na vile vile eneo hili la mji mkuu wa Nairobi. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri kutabua hayo. Tukiingia katika afya, mimi nimesimama hapa mbeleni na kuchangia mambo ya afya. Wakati tulikuwa na changamoto kubwa sana pale Ruiru, wakati tuko watu 600 na vitanda vya wale wagonjwa ilikuwa 24. Sasa hii nimesimama mbele ya bunge nikisema kutokana na maendeleo mema ya Uhuru Kenyatta, sasa hii tuko na vitanda 150. na hilo ni jambo la kuchangia, na hatuwezi kasita kusema ukweli yale yametendeka. Ni vizuri vile vile kuhakikisha kuna amani, na ndio watu waweze kufanya kazi pembe zote za Kenya. Na kiongozi wa nchi amejaribu pale angeweza kuleta uwiano, na ndio sababu tuko hapa, na unaweza fanya biashara katika pembe yote ya Kenya, na maendeleo inaweza noga kwa sababu kuna huo uwiano. Speaker, hata wakati kiongozi wa nchi na viongozi wengine walikuwa wanajaribu kuleta maendeleo katika Kenya yetu, tulikumbwa na hili janga la corona. Na mnajua maendeleo yalipata shida kidogo, mwendo wa maendeleo ukapungua, lakini serikali ikiongozwa na Uhuru Kenyatta alibabana wakiwa na wengine kuona angarau watu hawataangamia wote na corona, na akasukuma mpaka tukaweza kupata chanjo ya bure kama vile wengine wamechangia. Na vile vile hilo ni jambo hatuwezi kawacha nyuma, kwa sababu afya ni jambo moja linatakiwa kuangaziwa, hasa wakati kumekuwa na janga geni katika eneo. Ndio Speaker, uhaba wa kazi ni changamoto, na serikali ikipitia Uhuru Kenyatta amejaribu kuangalia kuona vijana wamepata kazi, lakini lile mimi liliniguza na nikaona ni jambo zito na linasaidia Wakenya wengi hasa chipukizi, ni ile taasisi ya kiufundi, ukipenda TTI, ambayo imewekwa karibu sasa maeneo yote. Watoto wetu wale hawataweza kwenda chuo kikuu, wataweza kwenda katika hiyo shule ya taasisi ya kiufundi na kupata mwelekeo wa kuweza kujiajiri wenyewe, na hilo ni jambo litaendeza maisha ya nchi yetu hasa kivijana. Asante, mimi nimechangia na nimeunga mkono, na ningeomba hata sisi tupatie na Uhuru nafasi ya kumaliza kazi ile tulimpatia, ndio eneo letu la Kenya katika Afrika liwe la kutambulika. Asante.
Very well. The member for Gatanga constituency, the Honorable Ngugi Duati. Honorable Ngugi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for also giving me a chance to make my contribution. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say I listened very keenly to what the President said yesterday. And Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm that a lot has been achieved by the President during his term. Honorable Speaker, I come from Gatanga, where we say our cash crop is music. We are known for famous musicians like DK, Kariukiwake Arotara, Kegia of Reketumano, which we are going to do very soon, John De Matthew, Timona Mboro.
You said Karia of?
Kariukiwake Arotara, Peter Kegia, who has sung a song known by Reketumano, which we are going to facilitate very soon. Then, of course, there are many others. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, through the leadership of the President, we have been able to get a new studio worth 25 million. Because the President realized we are losing our cash crop to Nyandarua people, where Honorable Kiodi comes from. So through that investment, Honorable Speaker, I want to assure you that we'll continue bringing the best numbers from Central Province. And Honorable Speaker, I want to invite you, one of these days, maybe we can even give you tutorials of how to sing. And you also drink our water. You know, if you drink water from Gatanga, you become a musician. Honorable Speaker, again, in terms of infrastructure, I really want to confirm that the President has done a lot. And it's not in Nairobi alone, where we are seeing the express highway. In Gatanga, I can confirm, you can, across forwards, you can drive across forwards without touching soil. So many roads are going on. Honorable Speaker, there's one from a place called Makoyo, Kaguku, Gateigoro. From Makuyu, join Garissa Road, which was done by our President, and it costed about 2.6 billion, which is going to connect those dry areas, Maragua, Gatanga, the lower side of Gatanga, and Garissa Road. And it's a very good road. Honorable Speaker, to decongest Thika town and to facilitate movement, because most of the businessmen in Thika come from my constituency. The government has done a new bypass from Blue Post, Del Monte up to Garissa Road, which is again, Honorable Speaker, through Jubilee, we have gotten a road called Kionyo Jasho Mokoroe Road, Getiri, which costed about $1 billion. Honorable Speaker, people are mentioning Mau Mau Road. Mau Mau Road was even done earlier. That is Kimandi, Karangi, Gatakaini, which has also been done by this government, costing more than $1 billion. Honorable Speaker, there's another ongoing road called Keruara, Geatutu Kegio, which is also cost us about $1 billion, which is about 50%. Then, Honorable Speaker, the game changer, and which we pleaded with the President and he agreed, is to connect Nyandarua with Morang. And that connection is going to be provided through Gatanga. The President is doing a new road from a place called Gatakaini to Njambini, and again connecting Kenyona, which will cost about $3 billion. This road is going to improve trade between Nyandarua and Gatanga. Honorable Speaker, in Gatanga we grow avocado, we grow arrowroots, sweet potatoes, tea and coffee, which will be able to export to Naivasha and Njambini and those Rift Valley areas. Then from Njambini, Honorable Speaker, this one is going to be a game changer because that road is only 24 kilometers. Honorable Speaker, before, things would go from Njambini to Thika, then they come back. Through this connection, potatoes have become cheap, peas, carrots, all these things. And this one is also going to facilitate trade between Machakos and Kitui. In terms of power, we have done very well. Improved power connectivity. We have lit all our towns with street light. Water, Honorable Speaker, we are doing very well. All the water you drink in Nairobi, you use to wash your clothes. Honorable Speaker, comes from Gatanga. I want to say, through the support of the President, we recently got a 300 million water project to support the people of Gatanga. And we also have a new scheme called Ruegeda Shomo Water Project, which is going to support 30,000 people.
You must plan your time, Honorable Member. You want? You just found me in a good mood. Just give him 1 minute.
Thank you. In terms of irrigation, Honorable Speaker, we have 4 ongoing irrigation schemes. Water pans, we have done more than 1,500. Some of them which are complete and with water, we have stocked them with fish. So it means when you're in Gatanga, the lower side of Gatanga, where we have people from Machakos at their campus, now they'll be able to eat fish, which they have not seen in many days. And of course, Honorable Speaker, we have a TVET which has also been equipped. Through CDF, we have done many new schools. And Honorable Speaker, mine is just to congratulate the President. Thank you very much.
Very well. I'm sure you had to put that some of the beneficiaries are campus. That was not the basis for your additional minute, it was at my discretion. Now I have the member for Kiambu, the Honorable Jomo Kangede. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the President came to this House yesterday to accomplish a constitutional requirement that he briefs the country about the developments and the plans of this country and what he has been able to achieve. Madam Speaker, some of the people who were in this House yesterday went home very sad and very annoyed because they have been preaching a gospel that the Jubilee government has not attained any development. But the President came out very, very clearly about the developments that his government has been able to attain. In healthcare, Madam Speaker, the government have invested so heavily that our country is now ranked third in provision of health services in Africa after South Africa and Tunisia.
This is not a mean achievement, Madam Speaker. And I am sure that we are going to be the top service providers. Recently, I went to KU Hospital, the recently opened KU Hospital, and I was amazed by the kind of services that are offered in that hospital. It is better than most of the private hospitals that have been are in this country. Madam Speaker, he told us about the congestion of Kenyatta National Hospital by provision of other hospitals that have been built around Nairobi. And they are not 2 or 3, there are many hospitals, Madam Speaker. And this has decongested Kenyatta National Hospital. And Madam Speaker, it is not only Kenyatta National Hospital that has been decongested. Even Kiambu District Hospital was receiving so many patients from Nairobi. But today, those patients who are coming to Kiambu are able to get healthcare services from their own Nairobi County, and thus even Kiambu Hospital has been decongested. National Insurance Service, National Health Insurance Service, Madam, is another mark of development of healthcare in Kenya. It is now helping our patients to get medical services, and they are able to afford them. Madam Speaker, the President enumerated how we have been able to increase our training facilities for healthcare, the Kenya Medical Training Centers, from 28 to 72 institutions within the short time that he has been in power. Our President and his Jubilee government has really worked, including the Linda Mama program that has been introduced, and that is helping our mothers as they deliver. In terms of education, Madam Speaker, that is one area where the government has done well, very, very well. A quarter of the budget has been dedicated to education and improvement of education facilities. This has increased the transition rate of our students from class 8 to Form 1 to 100%, a dream that we have been having as a country, that every child should have a secondary school education. The book ratio in our schools, we have been able to attain one book to 1 child ratio. In a situation where before his coming to power, Madam Speaker, parents were buying books for their children. Today, apart from the government paying tuition for the students, is also providing books and other learning material in a very successful way. 90% of our schools, Madam Speaker, have been connected to the national grid. Thus, students are able to do their experiments and even to work late in the evening. He said all this, Madam Speaker. He didn't even mention the kind of work that has been done by the CDF, the NGCDF, that is in every constituency, which is also provided by the Jubilee government. And it has improved the academic institutions that we have in every constituency. Madam Speaker, I congratulate His Excellency the President. I congratulate his Jubilee government for a work well done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. The member, alias Squirrel. So the member for Masinga constituency, the Honorable Mwali Ombidi, you have the floor. Honorable Mwali Ombidi, you have the floor. Very well.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity that you have given me to say a few words about the presidential speech. I want to say that having the president having come to this house yesterday, it was a great day for Kenyans to be able to be educated on what the government is doing in a big way. First of all, I was delighted to sit in this house for those few hours he was in the house, and I was able to learn more of what the government is doing. And because I know a few of them that I have been following, and even some I have been involved, I wanted to enlighten a few things that I have known that the government has done in this country. I have been watching the blue economy in Kisumu, in Mombasa, and the government is opening up all the landing bays for fish so that this country can be able to export 70% of the fish that we catch in our seas and lakes, and be able to keep 30% for domestic consumption, which is a very big achievement, because the revenue that is generated by fish is a lot. I have also been to where he was talking of mariculture, where they are building a fish processing plant. And I have seen that it is now ongoing, and even the labs are ongoing, and the work is at a very advanced stage. So I would like to congratulate the President for actually doing beyond what the others are expecting. We might say that there is no money in the country, but because of the borrowing that we have been able to borrow, things have already been done. The infrastructure in this country is so amazing that even in my constituency, where there has never been a tarmac road, the government has been able to do for us 2 tarmac roads now in Masinga constituency, and the 3rd one is now ongoing. So I must say that the President did not forget even the farthest areas, the remote places where this country is unreachable. Some people can say that some places are unreachable by the government because the President has not reached there physically. But all the same, we have seen the work the projects that have been done there, the many things that have been done. There is one water piping which has already done connecting 3 wards that are in my constituency, so that the people of Masinga constituency can reach clean water and also sanitation. So I must say that the President has done quite a lot. In Makuyu, where Mheshimiwa Duty comes from, he has also done a road whereby we board ourselves. So when I'm going to the Masinga, which is on this side of Nyeri, towards Nyeri, on the right-hand side, from Makuyu to Garissa Road, that road has been tarmacked. So it is very easy for me to reach my other side of my constituency, because my constituency is divided by the Thika River twice. So I must say we have done quite a lot. And not to mention that the Tippet Institute that has been completed in my constituency, and the students that did not attain the marks to go to the university are now learning in that Tippet the skills that are supposed to give them some knowledge so that they can go to the field to look for employment. So with those few remarks, I support the President's speech.
Member for Central Imenti, Honorable Kerema.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity you have given me to contribute to the presidential speech, which was delivered yesterday by His Excellency the President, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And particularly, I must congratulate the President, because our President is a charismatic leader. When he stands before the House and before the nation to address the same, no, whatever the President says, Madam Speaker, it may be what is there in the paper or what is there on the ground, but I congratulate him because he is very convincing in all things which take place. Our President talked of a number of roads which have been developed in the country from the time when he took over. And Madam Speaker, mine is to say that it's true, I have visited a number of sections of this country on parliamentary duties, especially if you go to Nyanza, and the rural Nyanza and Western Province, you'll find that surely the network, road network has really improved. They are new, they are wide enough, and you can really find that there are developments, and no wonder that you hear people are really pressing the handshake. You see, surely there is a reason of why they are very happy about the handshake. Because as far as the place I come from, Central Imenti and Meru County in general, I can count a number of projects, road projects, which were launched by the president in 2017 during the time of campaign, and none of them has ever taken off. I'm here today for it to be put into the record that in Central Imenti, other than the highways, which connect us from one county to the other one, and they had no other way or alternative other than passing through my constituency. I have no tarmac in my constituency other than the 2 kilometers, which have been constructed at the time of the Jubilee government, between 2013 to 2021, 2 kilometers. And that one is from a place called Moroga, that is a place which borders North Imenti and Central Imenti, to a place called Kadita. And it was constructed as part of the Kokokora, Kaderi Kariene, Geaki Road. Madam Speaker, those 2 kilometers were constructed, and then the contractor withdrew from the site. And those are the only 2 kilometers in my constituency, from the time of independence up to now. So when we hear people talking about roads, tarmac road, you hear an MPS talking of 3 roads, the third one is taking place, we wonder. And my constituency is part of the constituency, which really came out at the time of voting to vote His Excellency President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in numbers, in Rove. And that was the Meru County as it was, doing the same. I can count a number of roads. So I'm praying that as the President leaves the office in 10 months to come, this Presidential Delivery Unit, can it come up to make sure that it leaves the presidential legacy, the Uhuru Muigai's legacy, by completing these projects which he finished, which he started, because people are still worrying in month where the roads are so bad, and actually there is nothing which you can say it happens as pertains to the roads. Madam Speaker, if it comes to security, as it has His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta mentioned his administration on security, some parts of this country are really enjoying what we call security. But when it comes to my constituency, you find that we have been having a problem between the Rakas and the Imentis because of the boundary dispute. A section of the road, a section of the constituency has not been demarcated. People have not taken names. There has been skirmishes between the Imentis and the Rakas. What can be done? Now, what can my people be proud of as pertains to security? I support the speech of the President, other than those sentiments which, if they are done, my people will be happy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Likoni, Honorable Mboko Mishi.
Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi pia nasimama hapa niweze kuzungumzia hotuba ya Mheshimiwa Rais ambayo aliweza kuzungumzia kuhusiana na taifa letu la Kenya. Na niweze kusema haswa nimenukuu sehemu ambazo tumeona amestawisha sana katika taifa letu la Kenya, haswa katika mambo ya miundo msingi, mambo ya barabara. Na niweze kusema mimi nikiwa natoka pale eneo la Likoni, tumeweza kupata barabara ya Dongo Kundu, ile tumeita Dongo Kundu bypass. Na nafikiri kufikia Januari Mheshimiwa Rais ataweza kuja kufungua barabara hiyo. Na najua barabara ile itaweza kutusaidia sana katika uchukuzi na kuweza pia kupunguza msongamano katika kile kivuko cha pale Likoni. Mheshimiwa Rais pia ameweza kutengeza barabara nyingi sana katika taifa letu la Kenya, haswa kwa kipindi hichi chake cha pili. Tunaona barabara nyingi sana kule Thika na sehemu nyingi za Kenya. Hata ukiwa pale Mombasa, ukiwa unatoka katika sehemu ya airport, utaona muundo msingi wa barabara umeweza kuimarishwa sana. Vile vile hapa kwetu Nairobi, kutoka airport katika ile Mombasa Road, tunaona pia kuna ukarabati mkubwa wa hali ya juu sana katika mpango wa barabara. Vile vile pia tuliweza kupata ile bridge ambayo inaolea, bridge ambayo imeweza pia kutusaidia katika msongamano, na haswa wakati janga la corona lilivyokuwa limechacha sana, tuliweza kujengewa bridge ile kwa muda mfupi sana. Hivyo ni asante sana kwa Mheshimiwa Rais. Vile vile pia katika mpango wa uchumi wa samawati tumeona ya kwamba pale sehemu ya Liwatoni kuna ile tunaisha Kiingereza fish park, mahali ambayo kutakuwa kunafanyika biashara nyingi sana na shughuli nyingi sana za mambo ya samaki. Na tunajua kama wapwani na watu wa kule kwenye maziwa sana tunategemea uchumi huu wa samaki. Kwa hivyo jambo hili litaweza kuboresha wavuvi wetu, kina mama wetu pia ambao wanafanya biashara za samaki. Vile vile pia tunaona ya kwamba tuliweza kupata reli. Japokuwa tunaona hii reli inatusaidia katika uchukuzi, lakini tuna changamoto kiasi tukiangalia bandari yetu na pia tukiangalia kampuni ya railway ambayo pengine waliweza kuwa katika hii mikataba ya mambo hii ya SGR ama mambo ya kupita na reli ama usafiri wa reli. Kwa hivyo ningeomba tu Mheshimiwa Rais pamoja na serikali tuangalie mbinu na njia ambazo tutaweza kusaidia hizi taasisi mbili, taasisi ya bandari ile ambayo ni KPA na taasisi ya reli ambayo ni Kenya Railway, ili kwayo wasiweze kupata shida katika kuweza kutekeleza kulipa loni hii ambayo tuliweza kuichukua katika ile banki kule Uchina inayoitwa Exim Bank, ili tuweze kuendelea na uchukuzi wetu na pia taasisi zetu ziweze kufanya kazi zao ili Wakenya wetu wasipoteze ajira zao. Vile vile pia hivi sasa kuna mpango wa kutengeza kiwanda cha samaki katika sehemu za pwani, na tunajua kiwanda hichi kitaweza kujenga ajira na pia kuboresha uchumi katika taifa letu la Kenya. Vile vile katika hiyo samawati tuna ile poti ya Lamu, na tunajua sisi wote pale pwani na Kenya kwa jumla, tukiwa na poti hii ni poti ambayo itatuboreshea biashara katika sehemu za nchi jirani na hata sehemu za ng'ambo zile za nchi nyingine za nje, ili tuweze pia kuboresha uchumi na pia kujenga ajira na pia kujenga maendeleo katika sehemu zetu. Jambo la afya haswa nikiangalia Linda Mama. Linda Mama hii program inafanyika kikweli na kina mama hawalipi chochote na wanaweza kuzaa bila malipo. Mambo yale ya kuleta umeme katika sehemu zile za mashambani pia yamefanyika na yamekuwa bora zaidi. Mambo ya elimu, watoto kusoma na kuweza kupata na 100% kwa watoto wanaotoka katika shule ya upili na kuweza katika shule ya primary na shule ya msingi na kwenda katika shule ya upili. Jambo hili pia tunaona limefanyika, vitabu watoto wamepata, na pia tuna programu ambayo inamwezesha mtoto aweze kupata ujuzi, aweze kuwa na uvumbufu na aweze kujua mambo zaidi na kuweza kujitegemea pia wakati amemaliza shule. Jambo la corona, janga la corona najua lilikuwa changamoto, lakini tunaona Mheshimiwa Rais alijaribu sana kuweza kuhakikisha vifo vitakuwa vichache.
Sawa, Mheshimiwa. Let's have a member for West Mugirango, Honorable Kemosi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to also contribute to the State of the Nation address by His Excellency the President. Yesterday, Honorable Speaker, I was here for the entire period in the afternoon in which the head of state really addressed the nation. Honorable Speaker, I was keenly interested on the state of the economy, and the President himself addressed the nation and said that for the first quarter, the GDP of the country has grown about 10%, which is the highest growth in the history of Kenya, which might be true.
Honorable Kemosi?
Yes.
There seems to be a problem with your microphone, or?
Yes, which might be true.
Yeah, that's better now.
Thank you. Which might be true. But, Honorable Speaker, if you go to the ground, the rate at which the economy has grown in the first quarter, that is 10%, basically is not really demonstrated, or somebody cannot practically say that the 10% has really grown. However, we are yet to see, because there's more time, so that we can be able to see whether the growth is really true. Second, Honorable Speaker, the President touched on agriculture and mainly on the tea subsector, where he said that in Mashchade, the government had given some package, and 1 billion shillings had been set aside to caution tea farmers from the effects of the ponas. And indeed, the President was able to demonstrate that all along, they also provided some money in terms of subsidies for the fertilizer. But why I don't agree with him is that in the history of Kenya, this is the first time that the tea farmers were able to earn much more money. Actually, if I can be able to say from where I come from, my constituency, which is a tea growing area, this is the worst time that farmers in my constituency received Kenya shillings per kilo, which they have never received in the history of Kenya. And given that, the farmers have really suffered, even in terms of subsidy, that is fertilizer subsidies. Initially, I know the farmers have been paying 1,900 shillings for a bag of fertilizer. But this year, I received a delegation of farmers who came to me and they were telling me, we need this issue to be raised in Parliament. Why are we paying 2,500 shillings, while initially we've been paying 1,900? These are issues that we need keenly to be addressed, so that when they come from the government officials, and more especially the head of state, the country is able to agree and capture that what he's saying is true. Honorable Speaker, this is not the last time. Actually, some 2 weeks ago, I was lucky and I was also unlucky, because the Minister for Agriculture visited my constituency, and luckily enough, I was there. Before he even spoke, I raised the issue of these tea farmers, that they were able to receive the lowest in terms of pay this year. And in my speech, what I also asked him is that the tea farmers also needs to be cushioned from the effects of the earnings of tea. Just like the farmers of cane or sugarcane have also been cushioned. But to my surprise, instead of addressing these issues, the CS agriculture was not reasoning. Instead, he was saying the member of parliament only stays in Nairobi, but does not know the happenings of the Minister of Agriculture. But the truth is, the match that was earned was far much low. So this is an issue that the farmers really needs to, to be explained to. They need to understand, since the government has taken over the way they say, and they want to really help farmers so that they can get more income in terms of earnings, they really need to demonstrate that so that they can have confidence in what the government says. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, the President also said that they have doubled the number of kilometers in terms of roads, that is tarmac roads. I do not speak for the entire country, but
Honorable Kemosi, wind up in a minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I can speak for my constituency. The last time, Honorable Speaker, that I saw a tarmac road in my constituency was about 5 years ago. And this tarmac road in my constituency was started during the time of the Grand Coalition government. So the Jubilee government came in and implemented what was given in the coalition government. I can categorically say that I'm among the few constituencies who have never seen even 500 meters of a tarmac road since the Jubilee government started. For those few remarks, I support with reservations the speech of the head of state.
Honorable Kadambi Chepkwony, member for Njoro.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity so that I can contribute in relation with the State of the Nation address by the President. Madam Speaker, when I followed all the communication by the President yesterday, I had a lot of concern. The first thing is, can I appreciate actually the improvement of roads network in the country. I can also appreciate in my constituency, I've at least lobbied some roads which are successful, but still I can mention we still have some other roads which are not, have not been allocated the finance. Therefore, Madam Speaker, with the address by the President yesterday, I still have a lot of concern when it comes to the matters of security. Because, Madam Speaker, as I stand here, within this year of 2021, my constituency, I have lost over 7 people. There is no result of any investigation which has taken the country. Also, Madam Speaker, I get a lot of concern when we talk about the matters of security, because sometimes we are getting a lot of challenge as members of constituencies. We lobby even for the vehicles for our police officers, but we cannot even get a single vehicle. As I stand here, Madam Speaker, I've even tried to lobby for my constituency officers, even to get vehicles from 2017. Therefore, Madam Speaker, Joro constituency being a very sensitive constituency in this country, it is really worrying when the matters of security are mentioned here, and actually on the ground we have a lot of challenge. Even lobbying for the officers, or even also the team of officers of the anti-stock theft to be increased, it really becomes a thorny issue. Madam Speaker, I still had a lot of interest to hear the matters of energy sector, the connectivity of electricity. There is a lot of challenge, Madam Speaker. As I still stand here, my constituency is composed of 6 wards. But when you go into those 6 wards, you will still find many people who don't have electricity. Therefore, Madam Speaker, as we are discussing this matter, it should also be noted that the Ministry of Energy, we are expecting the new CES to take a lot of actions and to make sure that our people are connected with the matters of electricity. Also, my concern, Madam Speaker, also when it comes to the matters of the security, we have been let down. A constituency like Joro constituency, which is the 2nd largest in Nakuru County, we still have lobbied a lot of sublocations, a lot of locations, but we have not gotten even a single location. Meaning what, Madam Speaker? It means it becomes very hard for the service delivery. It becomes very hard, Madam Speaker, for also the matters of the security to be taken seriously, and also it makes very hard for people to gather more information from the locations and sublocations, because there is denial not to give the people such locations and sublocations. Also, Madam, when through the address of the President still, we appreciate a lot what he has said about COVID, but we still have a lot of loophole also to say. Kenyans have been hit. There's a lot of losses of businesses. There's a lot of problems. And what I was expecting also to hear from the entire address is, can Kenya itself as a government at least accept that, can we have free checkup for all Kenyans in relation with the COVID, so that we can know the status of our people and to guide the country, which actions they can take, so that we can ensure that our people, we know their status and actions are taken. Also, lastly, Madam Speaker, I also appreciate the actions taken by the government in relation with education. But also we have a lot of challenge when it comes to the registration of schools. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the CS for education must caution his officers that the delay of registration of schools in this country has really caused a lot of damage to our children, and also making our children to not get their rightful requirements. And lastly, Madam Speaker, the water scarcity in this country is so much. Women, girls have really suffered a lot. Madam Speaker, we cannot forget the pastoralists in this country. We cannot forget the northern part of Kenya and other parts of this country. People are losing livestock, and it is even a bit, it cannot even be told in better words that it's even shameful that we can lose a lot of livestock. People are suffering because of lack of.
Wind up in a minute, Honorable Charity.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And lastly, Madam Speaker, There is a concept which the president addressed yesterday in relation with the climate change. But the way it has been taken in this country, it is actually a serious, it's no longer a very serious matter to Kenyans. But in this parliament, Madam Speaker, we should inform our people that climate change is real. The floods, the droughts, the scarcity of water we are seeing in this country, the poor agriculture actions. Madam Speaker, the climate change is real. Let the ministry leading this country, let us have a different voice that we should all take an action, even if it means planting of trees so that we can increase the forest cover, even if it means, Madam Speaker, at least saying no to deforestation in this country, then we are going to save this country. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I'm just saying thank you very much for the moment you have given me. But let it be known that climate change is totally serious. The matters of water scarcity is serious. The issues of security is a thorny issue in this country. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Well said. I see no further interest from members. There is a problem with the mask. Oh, that's Honorable Mose. Must be. Let's have the Honorable Mose. Shadrach. Go on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me a chance also to air my views regarding the State of the Nation address by His Excellency the President. Madam Speaker, to start with, I want to say that I appreciate and acknowledge the speech by His Excellency the President on various issues that he touched on. Firstly, Madam Speaker, on the educational sector, I want to appreciate the 100% transition that has taken place during his reign. Despite the fact, Honorable Speaker, Madam Speaker, that there are serious teething challenges that go along with the 100% transition, and that, Honorable Speaker, whereas we have had the 100% transition, in terms of the preparedness, we have serious challenges. Firstly, we have challenges of accommodation. We do not have enough classes to accommodate that transition. Secondly, we are seriously lacking in terms of the teachers that would go hand in hand with that transition. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, whereas it's a good thing to do, and there is something that we should applaud, the government should have done the necessary preparedness so that we ensure that while we are taking our children, we are transiting all of them, we are also ensuring that where they are going to be, they have, a convenient learning environment. Madam Speaker, still on the same education, I also want to state that if you look at some of the schools, just as my colleague has said, a number of those schools are not registered. And it's something that we want the Minister for Education to take up seriously, because when we give out CDF, the national government CDF, to many of these schools, we have faced with the various or serious challenges as in terms of, utilizing those funds becomes a challenge, given that many of the requirements require that the school must be registered. I would also want to state, Madam Speaker, on the issue of COVID-19. The President actually addressed the issue of COVID-19 and stated very clearly what the government has been doing, or the efforts the government has put in place to ensure that we address the issue of COVID. Firstly, Madam Speaker, I want to say that many of our Kenyan citizenry are very difficult because complying with the very simple COVID protocols is indeed very difficult. People are supposed to, wash their hands, sanitize, wear masks, and even take, vaccination. But allow me, Madam Speaker, to say that when it comes to the aspect of vaccination, actually that has not been done. And very many people are reluctant to be vaccinated. And I would urge our Kenyan populace, wherever they are out there, to undertake or to ensure that they are vaccinated, because it is one way of ensuring that their immunity is enhanced, and therefore they should be able to undertake it. In terms of the road network, Madam Speaker, I want to say that the government has made a very deliberate effort, and I want to say that in my constituency, Madam Speaker, if I can have just 1 minute to conclude.
One more minute?
Yes, that in my constituency, I must say that we already have a road that is being undertaken by the government, that is from Manga, Motemomwamu, Gekano, Mabuko, that is actually currently being undertaken by a contractor. Besides, Madam Speaker, even in terms of electricity, I also want to say that the government has really made good efforts. In terms of PPI, Madam Speaker, I would say that we need to allow the courts to ventilate that aspect to its finality without necessarily having to, make any comments which are prejudicial to the pending matters. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
The Honorable Josh Nyamoko? Or you're not ready?
Madam.
Just use the one that is next.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity for me to add my voice to the State of the Nation address, which was made by His Excellency the President when he addressed us yesterday. Let me say, Madam Speaker, from the onset, that I do support the speech and also the address which was made yesterday, because it gave us an opportunity to go through the journey that His Excellency the Speaker, the President, has taken from the first time when he came to Parliament, and the growth that he has gone through to the point when he's heading us as the President of this country. Let me say that it also gave the President an opportunity to state and tell the entire country what his government has been able to do from the time he took over in 2013 to date. Actually gave us a list, an appraisal report, I should say, right from the infrastructure all the way to matters social, and it gave us a reflection of the entire performance of the Jubilee government, which I think was a score. Let me say that I didn't have a proper glimpse of the entire speech because Madam Speaker was not in, but I can say from the information which I've already gotten from the papers that indeed he gave a very clear score that the Jubilee government has been very active in terms of laying a very strong foundation, especially on infrastructure, and we are likely to start feeling the benefits, maybe economic benefits, especially to the common man, in the next 2 to 3 years. So I really want to support the address which was done by the President, and I want to believe that it gives a very good score for those of us, Madam Speaker, who are elected on the Jubilee ticket. I'm sorry you ambushed me because I was not prepared for it, but I think in all aspects, I want to say that the President did very well because he gives an account of what he has been able to do for the last 9 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, at least you have had some comments to give. Now, am I right to say that we have no further interest? Honorable Wahome, you seem to be...
I was just settling in there. I want to see, without my card there.
Go ahead.
Yes, I can see the Leader of Majority wants to see whether it is Honorable Alice Wahome. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to
you have a new look. You look very different.
Yes,
and looking good.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the compliments. You know, we are approaching Christmas, so definitely it's important that we start preparing ourselves. Madam Speaker, this is an important matter before us, and because time is not as much as one would want, I want to say that I listened very carefully to the President's address. I want to agree with those who have raised an issue with the timing, the appearance to Parliament. When Parliament has scheduled time, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the tradition of this House is to keep time. Parliament has always kept time, and it is not fair to members of Parliament to wait for His Excellency the President for over 1 hour. And I think going forward, without appearing like we are lecturing the President, it is important as a House that we raise the matter as a concern, that going forward we would want the executive to be able to meet the scheduled time of Parliament. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I was expecting to hear in terms of numbers on the housing aspect, how many houses that has the government built in terms of the Big Four, and what has stalled, and why have we not been able to make significant progress in that respect, because Kenyans, of course, were looking forward, and indeed the houses that have been completed, the first phase went very fast, Madam Speaker, and therefore I think the government has to let us have the real challenge. Is it funding? Is it the finance fund that was delayed? Or is it a poor execution of the projects, Madam Speaker? Or is it the cartels that always want to control something, and that there are people planning as to how they can get into this particular issue? Madam Speaker, I also want to say that I was unhappy because I did not hear good progress in terms of the tea sector and the coffee sector. Farmers in my county, and generally where we are growing tea and coffee, have been waiting for better returns for their produce, and we still don't have that. And therefore, things like subsidy that would be, the farmers require fertilizer. We are still having very expensive products in that respect, and the government has not taken this matter seriously by providing sufficient funding by way of subsidy. You know that the maize industry, the maize farming has literally collapsed, and these people know why things like the Garana irrigation project has also not taken off. Madam Speaker, I understand the information coming forward, and I speak this on the floor of the House, is that the same cartels that have been like a riddle are the ones that have killed the Garana project, and therefore food security with the farming going on in Turkana, in the northeastern, it has always happened. Kenyans are faced with that as a problem. Generally, the case for economy, Madam Speaker, has not been well addressed, And I don't really think that it is a fair statement to say that we have actually, had a good growth, because 0.6, Madam Speaker, even though we appreciate that it's COVID, the manner in which we have handled COVID, it does not anger well, and we've really been very slow even in vaccination. We haven't been told who ate or used the money for the COVID intervention. And therefore, when we come up to say that we have grown, the growth is there, we could possibly have done very well had we put in proper mechanisms for intervention, so that the people whose businesses have closed then can access funding properly. The youth, Madam Speaker, are still waiting.
Wind up in a minute.
A minute, thank you, Madam Speaker. The youth, in the case for the youth, Madam Speaker, and we must never forget the youth, because our country relies in terms of its future on the youth. The growth of the youth, the development of our youth must be a priority for this country, so that we should have been able to get the youth as they leave the universities to be able to get into the job market, even if it's as trainees. That is not happening. The university is being mishandled. The Ministry of Education, Madam Speaker, I was expecting a better approach in this issue, because the help, the lack of funding for university is still a challenge, noting that people like us, when we went to university, we were able to meet accommodation, tuition, and in fact, and even living allowances, Madam Speaker. So when do we think that we'll be able to do this? I hope that His Excellency will have another opportunity before the term is over to be able to tell the country what he has achieved. But all said and done, the handshake has been the biggest detriment for this government, and therefore the achievements, the poor performance that we are seeing could be attributed to the handshake. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Now, there being no further interest from members, I call upon the Leader of Majority to make his reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I usually don't remove my mask, but I note the limited numbers of members in the House. Honorable Speaker, let me begin by thanking the honorable members of the House for their contributions since today morning on the State of the Nation address by His Excellency the President yesterday. And for those who have contributed, I want to congratulate them and at least know that their constituents have been well represented. Honorable Speaker, let me also thank my Majority Whip for having stepped in the morning to move the motion on my behalf, and the seconders and all the committee chairs who have also covered the different areas. Honorable Speaker, the address did cover in detail, firstly, the very successful response to the COVID challenge, which has captured the world in different ways. Some countries have emerged much poorer, much worse. Others are still confused, but fortunately for Kenya, the confirmation we had yesterday is a very heartwarming conclusion that Kenya has emerged better. We've not only managed to control the crisis, but also taken advantage of the emerging opportunities from the crisis. And several examples were given in terms of companies that have had innovations and infrastructure investments that have been made as part of responding to this challenge. And all those are contained within the report. In short, the confirmation is we are building back better. Honorable Speaker, the President also did revisit the journey towards the realization of the shared vision of our founding fathers. Let me also add our founding mothers at the founding of this nation. And those had been identified as the need to eradicate the indignities that come from ignorance, disease, and hunger. And this ignorance, disease, and hunger could be broadly interpreted or just looked at ignorance in terms of academic ignorance, disease as we know, or hunger as we know of food. But the president did broaden this, and he articulated how his administration has attempted to respond to this challenge by the founding fathers through what I summarize really as a multifaceted yet connected four thematic frames approach. And when you look at all this, the first two frames basically capture the issue of the economic development. And under those two frames, we have the economic acceleration and big push investments. And when you look at that, basically, it mirrors what's captured within the Vision 2030, the economic pillar. And much as we've been doing this since 2013, I note that, for example, even President Biden has used a similar approach now in the revival of America through what he's calling his bottom-up, middle-out model, which is anchored on infrastructure investment with the motivation to close that infrastructure gap. So build the middle class, build the infrastructure base, and help uplift the people at the bottom. So it's different people using different approaches, but I'm glad at least Kenya may even have shown America what to do. Honorable Speaker, when you're looking at economic acceleration, again, this involves what the President referred to as the multiplication of economic fundamentals. And this is not just at the national level, but also at the county levels. What investments are made at the national level in terms of road networks, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of health, to catalyze further development at all those levels. And several examples were given, and members have been talking about them in their own constituencies, including the advancements in health, so that Kenyans don't have to go looking for health services outside Kenya. And I think this is one of the realizations that came, that when there's a global lockdown, if you don't have your own productive capacity, you'll be left with no PPEs. And we saw examples of what's happening in Kitui. If you don't have your production capacity or your response capacity in terms of healthcare, it means even with your money, even with your international insurance, with lockdowns across the country, you'll not be able to access those health services you're insured for internationally. Hence, we need to have that capacity here. And the confirmation is that we now have that. And I think those are the things we can celebrate. In terms of the big push investments, again, we did hear of all these new ones, all these expressways, the SGR and all that. But most importantly, the revival of debt capital. In terms of all these stalled projects, in terms of what happens in the KMC, Kenya Meat Commission, something that was basically being used as a cash cow for some people, but at the exploitation of the farmers, but now is becoming, something that is used to give reward to the producers of the raw material, which is the farmers. Honorable Speaker, the third frame that the President then did talk about involves what he termed the restoration of dignity as the frame, the thematic frame. And this basically involves now investments, not at the economic level, but the social investments that are required in the water sector, in health, in education, in security. Basically, in investment required to secure the Article 43 rights in our Bill of Rights, and to ensure that every Kenyan can have good quality of life. And the things that really touch the ordinary pain of the ordinary Kenyan in terms of Do they have education? Do they have water? Are the mothers and sisters receiving quality of care in terms of maternity services? And again, and I've been listening to members, progress in this area is awesome. In the area, we've seen about the schools, we've seen about the continuous investment of 25% in education, and most importantly, in terms of our investments in not just the internal security, but the external security to ensure that Kenyans can drive knowing that they are guarded. Now, the fourth frame, again, is the political stabilization. And I think this is where the president did admit he's made his effort using the model he believed would work, but challenges still abound. And like I said before, if you look at these four frames, the first two frames revolve to or talk to the issue, the response to the economic pillar within the Vision 2030. The third frame is obviously about the social pillar, and the fourth frame is about the political pillar within the Vision 2030. So again, it's linking what was the thinking in the 2007 to linking to 2012 or 2013, and the journey continues. And I believe that's where the president then mentioned that this is not a journey for one person alone. It's something that we, including this House, need to be enjoined in as we start looking for that future for our children. And based on that, from that background, Honorable Speaker, allow me now to say yes, the president did his constitutional duty. He has rendered an account of his term in office. And we now must ask ourselves, as the leaders who have been given this report, who have been seeing what all the things that are happening, who are the ones who appropriate the money into the future, we must ask ourselves several critical questions. And I've listed a few, and I would like to share for the record. And the first question is, really, where do we go from here? We know it's only 9 months to the end of His Excellency President Kenyatta's tenure. He has said, we've done so many, we have done 180,000 houses. The program is on. We know there are issues with the emasculation of the law by the courts. It's now being freed. So perhaps we can do much better. And if you then do from there, we know what he has been doing in terms of uniting the country, his Big Four agenda, and the war on graft. And the good thing, Honorable Speaker, and I saw this, and I saw the reaction of members yesterday, is politically, as a country, we've matured. You note, for example, the former Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, can now go and campaign in Mount Kenya on a unity platform, rightly named Azimio la Umoja, without people reacting negatively. You will see His Excellency the Deputy President, William Ruto, can also campaign in Nyanza region without having problems. And there are limited problems, they will appear everywhere, but at least by and large, people are free to move every part of the country and be able to sell their policies. It's a step, no thank you, I don't need the information. It's a step we need to recognize that we are seeing politicians from across the divide building consensus and coalitions. We're seeing that bipartisan working relationship in committees of this House. And I think this is something that is unprecedented. I've been a member of this House, and we've seen issues where people almost look at one another as enemies. We saw water bottles flying in this House. We have not seen that around this time. So I think we must celebrate. We have come of age. And I think even beyond 2022, we hope that this spirit of unity will be at the core of our politics. And this we must work for the future of our generations. Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Leader of Majority, do you want to be informed by the Honorable Wahome?
I'm not quite sure
Though
because
you are doing your reply.
the matter is still under investigation on Kondele. The Honorable Speaker, the election
You
year...
already know what she wants to inform you about.
Yes, she hinted. The electioneering period has always been known to really deal a big blow on this economy. And again, His Excellency did give examples in terms of what happens at every electoral cycle. And it's something we need to think of. Do we want to continue losing more lives as we did in 92, 1997, 2007, disruptions in 2013, disruptions in 2017? And we know the impact it also has is investors get threatened. So 1 year before, and you can already see signals of that, 1 year before that, you find investors almost wanting to close shop and only coming back after they think there's stabilization. And we are being called upon as leaders to build on what the president has started, especially bringing the country together and creating a culture of unity, irrespective of your tribe, your political leanings, your political convictions, or even your religion. And with the sole aim being to really protect our fragile economy and building a more cohesive society that we embrace our cultural diversity and at the same time negative and navigate through these ethnic and political differences so that Honorable Alice Wahame's child or grandchild can feel comfortable to move from Nyeri or Kandara and move to Lamu and get a suitor there and settle without feeling that they are strangers. And I think that's what we're being called upon. In terms of the Big Four agenda, of course, we can see the many things that have been done. And on the graft, I think we've also seen county heads being brought to account, and cases that would perhaps never have gone to court have done it. Let me go to my second question, is how do we then secure the gains that have been made through this unique model, which I can christen for purposes of this, the Uhurunomics. Because as he talked about it, you could see the rationale, why am I doing this and how does it link to this and what is the output expected? Something that has never been explained in this house. And perhaps that's something we should also be working on in terms of getting all that to feed in. To my mind, the answer in this will lie in our leadership, and we need to think of leaders who understand the president's vision and are both able and willing to carry the good work that he has started. Now for us in Parliament, it's our job to ensure the necessary bills that come before us are passed. And I want to thank members for fast-tracking all the bills we've been bringing. We also, as a House, we appreciate that President did mention and is a firm believer in a vibrant micro, small and medium enterprises sector, which we all recognize is a key driver of the country's economy. And as legislators, then we need to ensure that we can maintain a steady growth of that sector. And I know we have passed several laws in terms of the credit guaranteeing and several other things and allocating money so that we can, as we build on the infrastructure development, as we put on the social investments to cushion those at the bottom of the pyramid, we can then use this as the guys who generate most of the employment so that we can empower a bigger Kenyan populace. The third issue is how do we achieve the unmet dreams, especially given our political scenario. And it's good that we be appreciative of the fact that perhaps we could have done more if the environment was conducive enough. I've had arguments on both sides of the divide in terms of, yes, we could have done much better without a handshake. I've also had arguments that, yes, we could have done much better if the deputy president, who is constitutionally assigned the role of being the principal assistant to the president, had not started brewing the trouble from his side. And again, this cause of confusion may also be coming because of people wanting to place themselves in terms of creating centers of power. And the sufferer when the two elephants fight is obviously the people of Kenya. So for us here, I think we can learn from the past. The late President Moi kept on telling us, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. And we've seen examples of that. I could see the pain the president is trying to explain. I've done this. We have done. I'm not sure. Is it I or we? But if we had that unity of purpose, we would even be talking of, as I leave,
Who is the honorable member making a phone call? Who is that? You're out of order, honorable member.
So, thank you. I think...
You cannot do that in the chamber. And I still can't quite recognize who it is. Go on, Honorable Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I think opinion, I'm just speaking from what happened, but it's obviously very clear that if we had unity of purpose, we would have achieved far much more, and including on the issues that President said is hanging, that search for unity. As you know, unity is really a byproduct of political goodwill among all the players that are aiming to hold positions of power. For what does it benefit a leader to get the power and then you can't exercise it because the country is divided? And we saw that happen in all these times, from 92, 97, 2003, there was total unity. Perhaps 1 year after, there was disunity. And 2007, we saw the byproducts of that disunity. And as such, perhaps what I need to ask ourselves as leaders is we should be much more careful and aware of the impact that our quest for power has on the health of our nation and on service delivery. And at the end of the day, and I think that came out very clearly from the president, is that Kenya is bigger than each and every one of us, and a time comes when political ambitions should be shelved for the nation to prosper. Honorable Speaker, then I believe you can only achieve our unmet dreams in an environment of peace and unity. And when the president fights corruption, it is not political persecution or weaponization of corruption. And the president has done his part, and continues to do more. And it's up to us leaders to rise to the occasion and exhibit that good leadership. I'm coming to the last two. And really can Kenyans seriously examine the candidates at all levels vis-a-vis the dream and make informed choices during our electoral process. The answer to this, Honorable Speaker, is a yes or no. You know, power belongs to the people as given to them in Article 38. It's up to them to elect the person they please. As the president prepares for the head of his tenure, I think I want to ask Kenyans, let's be aware that it's important to vote for leaders who shall carry on his legacy of transformation and not reverse the gains or plunge the country as back into regression. Kenyan politics, to a large extent, have been based on ethnicity and tribal backgrounds. That Mutuetu syndrome may have plagued Kenyan politics and still continue to do so, as evidenced by the various protest groups based on ethnicity who feel their politicians have been targeted by certain actions or, cheerful that their person has been mentioned, that kind of thing, not necessarily because of what they want to do, but Mtuetu. And with this in mind, it's our duty as leaders and following in the spirit of the handshake and other unity fora or initiatives that will ensure Kenyans are not duped into voting along tribal lines, but make informed choices through identifying and supporting leaders they would deem fit morally and those that hold their interest at heart. And here I'm talking of at all levels, be it at the ward level, be it at the constituency level, be it at the county, and all the way at the national. The next question I want to put on for the House and into the future is who would educate the masses to create that enlightened citizenry, to vote wisely to secure our future. Honorable Speaker, you know, in the UK, I think up to about 50 years ago, universities had an extra vote because it was believed that the ordinary citizen may not vote with their brains. So you needed the people who are intellectual to also have a casting vote. So if you are a university lecturer in Oxford, you had 2 votes. One to vote in a university constituency and one to vote in your local constituency to improve the quality of the vote. In the US, there was a law in terms of minimum education for you to vote, which was only removed, I believe, again, in the last 40 years or so by Congress because it was being used to discriminate against the black communities. But that was a realization that allowing people to vote without the enlightenment of what they're voting for is more dangerous than not voting at all. And unfortunately for us in Kenya, we seem to be having this, and we vote, and within 3 months, people are then asking, why did we vote for this one? And demanding a revote or demanding others, and campaigning beginnings. So I'm asking ourselves as leaders in Kenya, what do we need to do to educate our citizens? Now, civic education is necessary, but it's a collective responsibility, but it will require a multi-sectoral approach. And I'm actually surprised, and I did hear members mention here, that even as stakeholders are coming together to ensure that we have credible elections in 2022, the real beneficiary of that coming together, the chairman of IEBC, is pulling himself out. Yet he requires all these people to support him on election day. He requires the police, he requires the lawyers, he requires all these people. But he's actually now telling them, I'm independent. And it was put very well in the morning that independence does not necessarily mean working alone. It also includes interdependence. But at the decision level, nobody will interfere with your decision. But you must work together and carry everyone along. So as leaders, I expect we have a platform that can influence society. We should use this platform to educate the masses on what qualities to look for in a leader. We have the experience. I know that sometimes wolves may adopt sheep's clothing to blend in and attack from within. And this is at all levels. And many Kenyans, most of the younger generations, may not be aware of this. And let us first be the role models to be emulated, and let us take any opportunity that we have to remind them that a good leader is futuristic, is development-oriented, and visionary. Carrying on exactly where the vision President Uhuru will leave it. Because it will be so unfortunate that with all these investments, all these investors lining up to sign up, that we end up with a situation where they all have to go to the neighboring countries because they can't see the bigger vision of where Kenya is going into the future. So we really must protect Kenyans from predatory campaigns being conducted by various leaders whose aim is clinching power at all costs. And as much as we play the role of civic educators and reason with the populace on the need to exercise their right to vote, we must also call those leaders who are out to take advantage of voters, leaders who have no interest in the well-being of Ojiko and leaders who have no plan on how to revive the economy, but are rather hell-bent on occupying positions of power. We must call them out. That's the best we can do for this country as the leaders. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, we have a choice to view a partially filled glass of water as either half empty or half full. The half empty brigade will usually concentrate on what's missing. We'll look for errors. We'll look at timing, processes, its content, what was to be, and conveniently give a blind eye on what has been achieved so far. And I did hear comments coming here in terms of the president was late, the speech was too long, the speech should have been simplified. Those are the half-empty brigade. They don't want to see the richer content, but it's like looking for errors in everything there is. They're looking at, we're only seeing our half-empty. On the other hand, Honorable Speaker, the optimistic half-full brigade will look at the glass as half full, recognize that efforts have been made, and we're full of hope that more is on the way to make the glass full for everyone. And some will even offer solutions to accelerate the full filling of that glass. And I do want to imagine that members of this House will be part of the purveyors of hope. People who will be telling people, yes, we've heard from the president what he has done. We undertake as the leaders, we will continue the journey from here so that when President Uhuru Kenyatta retires in August, that half road done will not die. But again, we have choices. But up to the Kenyan people to really think whether they want to work with naysayers who never see anything being done, or with people who see half being done. I'm responding. Your time is up, sorry. Honorable Speaker, let me conclude by asking members of the House.
Unfortunately not, Honorable Wahome.
Yeah.
The leader is making his reply.
Yeah.
So.
Sorry, if Honorable Wahome was here like me from the morning, you would know. You know, I'm basically talking of the responses, responding to the issues as they came on the floor of the House. There are members who looked at the speech from both sides. Honorable Speaker, let me conclude by asking members of this House to reflect on the wisdom of the late President Theodore Roosevelt of the United States, whose observation cannot be more relevant than now, and he stated, it is not, and I quote, it's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who comes short again and again, because there's no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasm, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. End of quote. Honorable Speaker, let me implore on all of us here to be in the category of those seeing the glass as half full, to be of great enthusiasm, great devotions, and who, at the best, knows in the end of triumph of high achievement, as purveyors of hope that will be full soon, that the glass will be full soon through our collective effort. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
So, honorable members, with that, we come to the conclusion of debating on the President's State of the Nation address. Order, members. Honorable members, there being no other business, and the time being 7:40 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 2nd December 2021 at 9:30 a.m.
Present.